Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of Full Council. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting. Writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, obviously you can do this raising your hand or on your device. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it's intended as part of the discussion. Usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If you need to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function, then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. If you can speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. If you can focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation, that would be helpful as well. Hope everybody's eyes have recovered from the photograph, by the way. So, as members are aware, I've agreed to consider one urgent item of business in relation to Education and Learning Committee. That's the Dumfries Learning Town 2, which will be taken as item 15A. Hopefully, this was issued some time ago to members, so you should have had sufficient sight of it in advance of today's meeting to consider its contents. So thanks for that. We've scheduled a break for lunch around 12 noon, which will be assessed as we proceed through the agenda. I will call some comfort breaks in terms of our British Sign Language interpreters, so they've got time to rest throughout the agenda. There's a wee announcement I'd like to make, and that's on behalf of the Council. I'd like to offer congratulations to another sporting giant from our region, Katie Chaos McGowan from Newton Stewart. A member of the Galloway Hillbillies Bike Club who at just 13 years old won the juvenile women's category and was crowned British National Downhill Mountain Biking Champ following the championship held at Glencoe at the end of July. So the Galloway Hillbillies Bike Club and their volunteers have recently successfully hosted two events locally in Carrotry, being the PMBA, which is the Pennine Mountain Bike Association, Enduro Series on 11th of September and the 10 at Carrotry on 20th of August. Without the efforts of volunteers, none of this would have been possible, and we congratulate them on their success of the events and thank them for the positive contribution they make to the health and well-being and the local economy in the region. So well done to all concerned. Okay, so before I proceed with the agenda business, I think myself and the Deputy Convener would like to express thanks to all our staff across the Council for their commitment and contributions to the successful events that have been taking place across the region and for continuing to provide public services during the time since the passing of Queen Elizabeth earlier this month. So thank you to everybody concerned. Okay, that takes us to the sederunt apologies and approval of members' remote participation. Vlad, can you provide the sederunt and apologies, please?
Good morning, members. I can confirm we have received apologies from Councillors Jameson and Stitt. We have 27 members present at the hall. We have 10 members present on Teams platform and members not present at the start of the meeting. I believe it should be Councillor Brodie, Councillor Karen Carruthers, Councillor Hislop and Councillor Giusty.
Councillor Dryborough?
Yes, Councillor Karen Carruthers has put an apology in the Teams.
And apologies from Councillor Hislop as well.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dryborough and McGregor. Can those be noted for the record? Thank you. Councillor Howie?
Just to say, Councillor Brodie is intending to be here. He's got a doctor's appointment at this time.
Thank you for that. So we'll welcome him when he arrives. Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Morning, members. Could I put an apologies for Andrew Giusty, please? He's working at a festival today. Thank you.
Thanks for that. So if we can capture all that for the minute, that would be helpful. Thanks, everybody. And so I can also confirm my agreement to the participation of those members recorded as participating remotely. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Do members have any declaration of interest they wish to make? Councillor Hagman first and then Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, it's in relation to item 4 and the reference to COSLA and the budget. Just to declare that as COSLA Resources spokesperson, to note that for the meeting, however, my role is a national role, so I'll still stay as part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you, Chair. I have a declaration in item 15A, but I don't feel it's enough that I would have to leave.
Thank you. So I don't see any other members wishing to speak. Can we then go to the minute of meeting on 28th of June for approval? Are we happy to approve? Okay, thank you. That takes us on to our first substantive item, which is item 4. This report provides details of the work being progressed to develop the Council's medium-term financial strategy and seeks members' consideration and approval of the budget development process and timetable for the upcoming financial planning period. We have Paul Garrett, Head of Finance and Procurement, and Gillian Ross, Finance and Accounting Manager, are with us today to take this item. And Paul, I believe you've got a presentation you'd like to take members through. Over to you.
Thank you. Yep. Morning, members. This morning, what I'd like to do to support the paper is take members through the approach that we're currently developing to take forward the Council's medium-term financial strategy. We will look at some financial projections this morning, but I think one of the first things we need to do is kind of recognise that there's an awful lot going on at the minute that will obviously influence the development of our financial strategy. Things like further UK and Scottish Government budgetary announcements, the changes to inflation levels, and also movements in interest rates and cost of borrowing at the minute. So one of the things that I do need to stress this morning is that the figures that we discuss will be subject to quite a bit of volatility, and one of the things that we'll do is build on the information we've got at the minute, and as we take forward the budget process, develop those further and give members further information on how the figures are looking. Apologies, members. Yep. So, in terms of the purpose of the Council's medium-term financial strategy, why do we need one? I think it's important that, although there's uncertainties and there will be volatility, it's important to provide a high-level estimate of the resources that will be available to the Council to support service delivery over the next 5 years. I think this does also provide the financial context for the development of the Council's plan and service plans. And this is very much a kind of two-stage process. We have initial financial projections that will obviously provide the context for the development of the Council plan. It's also important to note that the content of the Council plan and the decisions that members take in preparing that will obviously influence the further development of our medium-term financial strategies, so they'll be finalised jointly and together. We also want to ensure that we support members in setting balanced and sustainable revenue budgets and capital spending plans for the upcoming period. And also, it's important that at this stage we identify high-level savings targets to support the progression of the transformation programme and other measures, because although the figures won't be firmed up for a while yet, it is important that we start to plan and start to develop proposals that will help the Council balance the budget and maintain financial sustainability going forward. So I think in terms of looking at where we go next, it's important to kind of talk a wee bit very briefly about the starting point. In terms of context, that the Council has had to achieve and deliver savings of £116 million since financial year 2010-11. So obviously that's been an exceptionally challenging period, but it's a period in which consistent member decisions have actually ensured that the Council has been able to maintain its financial sustainability and resilience throughout that period. And again, to continue that, the Council agreed a balanced 2023 budget in February this year. I think it's also important to note that the Council is a low debt Council. We have relatively low levels of debt in comparison to other councils. And what that means is that there's a lower proportion of our annual revenue funding that needs to be applied to service our previously incurred debt. The other thing to highlight in terms of our current financial position is that we do have fairly significant non-recurring reserves and balances available to us at the minute. During the COVID period, we perhaps weren't as badly affected as a number of councils, and we actually were able to increase our level of non-recurring reserves during that period. Now, it's important to highlight that non-recurring reserves don't provide the solution to balancing the budgets on a sustainable basis, but I think it's important also to recognise that they do provide us with an opportunity to invest in some of the changes that we'll need to make, and also to take a more strategic approach to some of the savings that the council will have to achieve over the upcoming period. The other thing in terms of the current financial position is obviously what's going on at the present. We are seeing significant current year pressures through increased non-pay inflation, particularly energy costs, and also through associated pay increases. And obviously those were covered in a bit of detail in the reports that were recently presented. Well, they were in the papers for the recently cancelled Finance Procurement and Transformation Committee, and obviously at the next meeting of that committee we'll look to provide members with a bit of further detail on some of those. So in terms of future projections, in paragraph 3.19 of the report in front of members, there's a kind of listing of some of the key factors that will influence our financial projections. But I think it's important to recognise that it kind of boils down to kind of two main factors: the movements in our funding and the movements in our costs. And in terms of our funding, the key element of funding for councils is the level of support provided through the Scottish Government grant. We receive about 5/6 of our annual revenue funding through the Scottish Government grant. So obviously that has a huge influence on our overall financial position. In recent years, local government has not been prioritised by the Scottish Government. Priorities have tended to be health and social care and a couple of other areas. And during the period from 2013-14 to the current year, the proportion of the Scottish Government's annual budget that was directed towards local government was reduced from 33% to 28%. So that's a very significant reduction. And the resource spending review that was announced by the Scottish Government in May this year effectively continued that approach. The figures reflected in that review indicated that, again, it would be a cash-flat approach, which means there's no provision in there for the next 3 years for pay increases, for non-pay inflation, or for other increased pressures and demands that councils will inevitably face. I think obviously there's a number of developments that could influence the further decisions that the Scottish Government will take in relation to future budgets. The recent pay negotiations, I think, have highlighted the difficulty in councils being able to accommodate some of the increased costs that they're currently facing within the settlements that have been provided to date and recently been announced. And obviously the Scottish Government has provided some additional funding to support councils to address the pay pressures in the current year. It may be that leads to further movements in terms of future funding as well. But I'm also conscious that there's a lot going on at both the UK Government and Scottish Government level, which will have further impacts on the overall level of public spending that will be possible over the upcoming period. So obviously we'll have to watch that very closely over the coming weeks. I think there is a real recognition of the extent of the challenge that's now facing Scottish local government, and alongside funding settlements, I think there's a likelihood that there'll be increased flexibility provided to councils. There's kind of two types of flexibility. One is it's kind of thing that generally we wouldn't be that comfortable doing, but it's kind of through necessity, and it's actually giving councils the ability or the permission to spread payments over a longer period. One of the kind of prime examples at the minute is PPP debt, which has generally been written off by councils over a period of the contract, which is largely 25 years. However, the schools that those contracts support tend to be available to councils for 40 to 50 years. So one of the things that's been introduced at the minute is allowing councils to spread their debt over that longer period. As I say, not something that we would generally look towards. However, I think just given the challenges facing councils at the minute, it's something that Scottish local government will be looking to implement going forward. The other flexibilities is potentially through a reduced extent of ring fencing or requirements attached to the monies that are passed to Scottish councils. I think there's recognition that we're struggling to do what our existing services are, and it's extremely difficult to support additional priorities during this period. So I think there is a recognition that that may have to change going forward. So that may influence future settlements as well. But probably the key thing to note is that it'll be December really before we know what the Scottish Government's funding plans are for next year. I've put in the report that we were anticipating a multi-year funding settlement, so we're expecting the announcement to cover the upcoming 3 financial years. That was a couple of weeks ago. The more recent indications are that that's now unlikely, and it's likely that again Scottish councils will receive a 1-year funding award, and that'll be in December this year. In terms of some of the cost pressures facing the council, probably our biggest element of spending is pay. Our current pay bill is around just over £200 million. The current offer, and it's important to note that the offer's not yet been agreed, and there's still a fair bit of negotiation to be undertaken in relation to the various workforces within local government. But the current pay offers equate to 6.4% increase across the workforce. The Scottish Government's provided some additional funding, as I said, about 2.9% of that, which means that councils from their cash flat funding settlements have to find the other 3.5%. Now, obviously, councils have budgeted for a degree of increase, but the extent of increase is beyond that was anticipated at budget setting. So councils now have a funding shortfall in the current financial year, and I'll come on to that a wee bit further in a wee minute. I think it's also important to note that pay awards will not settle down immediately. I think there is a real expectation and likelihood that pay negotiations for 2023-24 will be influenced by a continuation of heightened inflation. And for each 1% increase in the council's pay bill, it effectively adds £2.2 million to the council's cost. So that obviously has a significant influence on our overall funding position. The other key significant pressure we're seeing in the current financial year is obviously non-pay inflation, just like the wider economy and households and businesses as well. For quite an extended period now, we've seen quite low and stable levels of inflation for a number of years. Generally, the council in recent budget rounds has had to add about £500,000 to £750,000 per annum to budgets to address the impact of non-pay inflation. A report we put to this month's FPT committee indicated that it's currently expected that non-pay inflation will cost us about £4.9 million this year, so it's a huge increase. And obviously the cost of energy, gas and electricity in particular, is a key element of that. We're perhaps fortunate to an extent that the proportion of the council's spending that is actually allocated to energy is lower than, say, a typical business or a typical household. Our budget at the start of the current year was £6 million, which is about 1.4% of our annual spending. We're currently projecting that energy costs will be around £10 million this year. So that's obviously the key element of that increase in inflationary costs. And I think there is an expectation that will be continued and that we'll see further increases in the upcoming financial year. So I think it's important that alongside looking at how do we fund that, we also look at what measures can we take to reduce the impact of inflation on the council. One of the things that we're looking at the minute, and we'll bringing forward to members hopefully very soon, is work that's been undertaken to look at how the council could potentially reduce its energy and fuel consumption, because that's one of the things that we need to look at the present. Obviously, this is not a very challenging period in terms of non-pay inflation, but one positive is that the council has set aside a budget pressures resilience fund. It's £5 million, and that's something that's quite valuable in terms of allowing the council to smooth the impact of the increases in inflation and minimise impact on services, at least in the immediate term. So just have a look at some numbers. Apologies, members. I appreciate that doesn't look that visible. Hopefully, members can generally see that. But basically, that's the current set of figures in terms of the projections of the funding gap that the council will face over the upcoming period. As I said at the start, it's important to recognise that these figures are very volatile. You know, there's things happening every week at the minute which will influence our projections, so we'll look to develop these further as we take forward the budget process. But obviously I've made allowances there for movements in government grant, for pay increases, non-pay inflation, loan charges. As I say, that's something that we are keeping under very close review at the minute, and one of the things we'll do is try and firm up those for further meetings of particularly the budget panel and the Finance Procurement and Transformation Committee, and also in terms of further reports to full council, and also support that with briefings to all members as we take the budget process forward, particularly after the Scottish Government announces details of its funding settlement in December this year. Given the size of it, I'm not going to go through it in too much detail, but the key figure is the £49.5 million 5-year funding gap we've identified in the bottom right corner of those projections. I'm happy when I come to the questions to talk about any particular elements in there in terms of assumptions at the minute, but as I say, I'll probably not run through those in any detail this morning. I'll probably leave that to the further discussions. In terms of the overall approach we take, I mentioned at the start the availability of reserves to the council. We are facing an exceptional challenge. Scottish local government as a whole is facing an exceptional challenge, and I think a range of measures and approaches will be required during the upcoming period. I think one of the advantages that we've got at the minute is that availability of non-recurring reserves. Members that have been here previously will know that I would always stress that reserves and balances is not a sustainable approach to balancing your budget. But on the other hand, it does help buy us time. It does provide us also with the opportunity to invest in some of the changes we need to make to take a more strategic approach to those changes. So I think it is a valuable source of funding that we'll be able to utilise through the development of our medium-term financial strategy and council plan. We're looking for much more prominence of spend-to-save schemes to help the council going forward. We also look towards early intervention measures, preventative approaches, particularly in those areas where demands are increasing, particularly children's services, but also other areas as well. There's opportunity for some investment priorities, and also that opportunity potentially to smooth or delay the need for some savings just because of the extent of the increase. So I didn't actually go through it in any detail in the last slide, but the biggest funding gap is the upcoming financial year. You know, because of the increase in inflation, because of the pay pressures in the immediate term, the biggest element of the gap is in the upcoming financial year. So I think the availability of balances may be useful in terms of smoothing or allowing us to take a more strategic approach to addressing that over a longer period. So just to finish off, I think it's important to go back to say we are starting from a reasonably good position in terms of the council's current financial resilience and sustainability, but it is an exceptional challenge going forward. The next steps will include that ongoing development of our projections, taking into account further developments at a national level. We also need to link closely to the programme for change in the budget development process. And as I said earlier on, we've got a £50 million, it was 49.5 in the detailed table, but effectively a £50 million projected funding gap over the next 5 years. And how we'll approach that is through the progression of the budget setting process and timetable that's reflected in the appendix to today's report. So that's kind of all I wanted to say at this stage, members, but happy to take any questions on the paper or on the content of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I'm just wondering, obviously there's quite a lot of information in there, and I appreciate we've set up and started our budget panel meetings, but it might be that members might want a bit of additional information just in terms of a briefing or a seminar about the difference between, for example, ring-fenced and directed spends and what's statutory and what's policy. And, you know, there's quite a lot in there that members might want to take a bit of a learning from so that they can be more comfortable in making decisions. So we'll maybe get to that in the recommendations. But there's a couple of hands up. Councillor Marshall, then Councillor McGregor.
Thanks, Leader. I was going to kind of wait for the good news presentation, but I'll ask this question first. In relation to, have you built into the estimates, etc., or is there a piece of work that a council are doing on the savings, hopefully, that we've made on smarter working and changes in, flexible working, etc. Is that a piece of work that's ongoing, or has that been factored into your projections?
That's a piece of work that's ongoing at the minute. We've not made any allowances for that in terms of our future projections. We have seen at a fairly low level some benefits in the budget that was recently agreed in terms of reduced travel costs, because that's obviously one of the changes in terms of the approach to working that we're already implementing during COVID, and as we've gone back to a more hybrid approach, we've been able to kind of lock that in terms of future budgets. But in terms of looking at that on a kind of bigger scale, that's very much something that's been looked at the minute alongside our office accommodation strategy as well. So it's something that's part of the overall plan for the budget going forward.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you very much, Convener. Before I go on, I'd just very much like to thank Paul and his team, because I know they do a huge amount of work locally but also nationally in trying to pull together all the information that comes through various streams at Solace and Coslin and such like, so they do a tremendous job. That said, this is a pretty depressing report because we're in what I think is now my 15th year of consecutive cuts from government. And those of us that have been sitting here for a number of years have not had a budget where we've not had to make savings, or a medium-term financial strategy that hasn't looked pretty grim. And I think it's incumbent on all 43 of us to continue to lobby Scottish Government to put local government back on their agenda. I don't feel at the moment that they think that what we do as local councillors for our communities is terribly important, and they just continue to vire money away from local councils. And I'm not going to go into examples, but I think in terms of the transformation programme, we've got a lot of really good work that really needs to be done around a digital strategy and transport and infrastructure and just transition to net zero and social care and all the brilliant things that we do down here, but we're simply not being given enough money to do it. And how we continue to impress that upon government until they take us seriously, I think, is incredibly important. But to a question, I'll stop ranting now. You did say that around the non-recurring reserves, and at 3.30 on page 22, it makes note of that, but it doesn't actually say what we're sitting with. So in context of the pressures that we've got in relation to pay and inflation and energy and all that goes with that, what is the actual figure just now of the non-recurring reserves, and do we have sufficient flexibility to utilise some of it for the sort of spend to save transformational change that I think we would all agree we need to be doing imminently?
Yep, no, thanks, Councillor. In terms of the reserves available to the Council, there is a report that was in the papers for the Finance Procurement and Transformation Committee earlier this month, which unfortunately was obviously cancelled for good reason. It outlined a recent review that we've undertaken of all the reserves available to the Council. Obviously there's various elements in there which are attached to particular commitments, but I think the elements that are particularly key for what we've got available to us to support investment, to support change. There was £11.5 million that was reported at the end of the last financial year in terms of unallocated balances that are available. That's beyond the 2% that we hold as a kind of recurring amount as a minimum level. So that £11.5 million is available to support what we need to do going forward. And the review report that will go now to the next FPT committee, it releases a further £3 million to enhance that figure to £14.5 million. So that's available to support investment in some of the changes that we need to make over the upcoming period.
I suggest we kick on.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I've got Councillor Driver up next, then Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I mean, I would agree with Councillor McGregor. We started at the same time. We've not had a year where we've not had a budget that hasn't had a cut to it. And obviously, some of the things we're doing at local authority arrangements like COSLA and APSI, we're trying to get part of the GDP for local authority funding. I think, probably in the future I'll come forward with a motion for this council to support the APSI local by default 2030 commission for local governments. Just a couple of questions, Paul, and I know I understand that you said you're looking at this on a continuous basis as well. We do have a few pieces of legislation coming forward deposit return scheme, good food bill, waste regulations, zero to landfill going to be coming in the next few years. Is that part of the flexibility that, or what you're looking at over the next couple of years? And I'm actually pleased to hear you say we're looking at spend to save schemes as well, because I think there's a lot of spend to save schemes that we need to look at. But we also need to look at what we're doing at the moment, which is really important for our constituents out there in Dumfries and Galloway, and try and support that, especially for young people.
Yep, as Councillor Drybrough says, there's a lot going on in terms of waste collection, waste disposal arrangements at the minute, the circular economy bill in particular. I know that's something that's very much on the radar of colleagues and communities at the minute, and the plan, as far as I understand it, is that a detailed report on the development of the Council's waste strategy, taking into account some of those legislative changes, will be taken to the Communities Committee, I think December this year. I can check the detail on that, but obviously what we're looking at is a range of things that are in the Scottish Government's plans. I think it's important that when those plans come in, they're fully costed, and that's recognised in terms of the local government funding settlement. As I say, we've not got kind of detailed figures on that at the minute because it's a fairly early stage of development, but I know that a report is coming forward to Communities Committee on the development of our waste strategy, and alongside that we'll continue to work with the Scottish Government in terms of the funding of these new policy developments and legislation.
Thanks, Councillor Drybrough and Paul, for that answer. Could I now bring in Councillor Johnson? Malcolm.
Thank you, Convener. It's actually in relation to 3.13. It's the fiscal flexibilities that have been mentioned in the past, and a lot of these things seem to be a kind of last resort option in many ways, but it's maybe a slightly nerdy accounting question, which maybe won't surprise many people here. But Paul, you referred to the PPP debt, and you used the term write-off over, basically what I'm taking is over the life of the asset, which makes sense. But is that write-off or pay-off? Because write-off would be an accounting entry, and pay-off would have cash implications.
Paul, can you help with that one? Thank you.
Yep. No, that's a helpful question. In terms of what the flexibility will allow us to do, it will not change how much we pay to the provider of our PPP schools. We will still be incurring the same cash costs each year. It really is an accounting adjustment. It allows councils to charge a lower amount to the revenue account in year, and not to spread that out over a longer period, so the actual charge against the general fund is reduced, but the actual amount we pay out will actually remain the same.
Do you want to come back, Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, thanks for that, Paul. I just thought it was important to point out that, you know, in cash terms, it really doesn't affect the position.
Thank you. Councillor Wood, and then Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually delighted that Paul brought along that extra information and submitted it to us today. I find this extremely worrying as well, insofar as I get the distinct feeling the Scottish Government is using local authorities as a means, a vehicle for borrowing, as they don't have that ability themselves. But on this presentation we're given, I would like a bit more clarification on the other pressures that came up in within the presentation, and also the interest and how it was increasing from £500,000 to 750 to £1 million or whatever it was. Did that include all, or take into account all of the additional projects that were taken forward, such as the borderlands, etc.?
Okay, so Paul, are you able to help Councillor Wood with that one?
Yes, thank you. I think the question relates to the slide that I didn't go through in any real detail in terms of the numbers, so it's helpful to go back and have a look at a couple of elements in that. Within the projections at the minute made specific allowances for pay increases and for non-pay inflation, but also felt it was important that there's a general allowance for other pressures that are beyond that as well. We always tend to get affected by something that was not fully anticipated, whether that's legislation that's not fully funded by the Scottish Government or other pressures that arise during the course of a financial year. So that really is just a general allowance at the minute. It's something that we've had in our budget on a consistent basis over a number of years, and we've utilised to address a number of pressures as they've arisen. What it means is that if something does happen that's not fully anticipated during the course of a year, we have a resource there to address that, rather than having to go back to services to look for savings to accommodate the impact of it. So I think it's important that we retain that kind of allowance in our budget. The other question is in relation to that loan charges increase, and it absolutely does make allowance for the projected borrowing associated with the Council's existing capital investment strategy. So that includes the Council's contribution. Obviously, it's the Borderlands projects are largely funded by UK and Scottish Government supporting third parties, but the Council is making a material contribution. So the loan charges element of that is reflected there, as is the loan charges associated with DLT Phase 2 as well, and the other projects that are within the Council's existing capital programme. Obviously, that line is one that is quite interesting at the minute in terms of we've not been borrowing on a long-term basis for a wee while because we've not incurred that much capital expenditure. And again, I'm not anticipating undertaking significant long-term borrowing for a wee while yet. But interest rates are very volatile at the minute, and we need to make sure that we time our borrowing at the right time. We're continually looking at this, and I'm still of the view that we don't need to jump. We don't need to take out longer-term borrowing because we don't need it at this stage, but we'll need to continually review longer-term borrowing forecasts to make sure those figures are as accurate as possible. Okay.
Thanks, Paul. Does that help clear that up, Councillor Wood?
So would it be prudent then for us to have a review on capital expenditure going forward?
Absolutely, that is a key part of the development of the Council's budget process. It's important that we look at the capital programme alongside the revenue budget, because the cost of funding the capital programme ultimately gets met from the revenue budget. So when members have taken forward the budget process, it's not just the revenue budget. You're determining, you're actually setting the Council's revised capital investment strategy as well. So we'll be bringing detailed reports to the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee to support members in their considerations on further development of capital investment plans and associated loan charges.
Thanks, Paul. And I think it maybe sort of lends a bit of weight to the request potentially for a seminar or a briefing for members just to because obviously I think we're all learning a little bit as we go with this challenge. So I think the best way forward is to have the information. So thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, you've jumped in on that issue of a seminar, because I think that would be really helpful. You know, today we're noting the work that's undertaken in agreeing the budget setting process, and members have lots of questions, and I think it's really important. You know, I think it was touched upon earlier about the difference between what is legally ring-fenced and what is directed spend, and what if we didn't do the directed spend. You know, and being able to have, you know, those conversations, I think is really important. I also wonder whether it would be appropriate and possible to share the slides today to all members so we can see that information. I think that would be really helpful. And specifically, just sort of looking at the timeline that we're agreeing today, so I would love to see a seminar added into that. But I think it's also important to maybe just highlight for maybe some of the new members. In the past, elected members have had the opportunity to feed in where we would maybe like to see some policy development, and there's not a date in here for a deadline for member submissions. Now, I appreciate we've got a budget panel that's going to be taken forward, but just making it very clear to the political groups, if you would like to see something being developed, this is the deadline that you need to be working on. And the other point I would like to make is we're looking at the budget process timeline that goes up to the 30th of March. But beyond the 30th of March, the budget doesn't just stop. And actually, I think it's always appropriate to say, you know, what next, and the so what questions. And I just want to look back slightly to our budget that we set in February this year. And an example of that was we allocated 270,000 for key green infrastructure projects, and we also made a commitment that we would explore the potential to generate energy from solar panels. Now, never more has that been more important than the current climate that we're in, and we made that commitment back in February. So, you know, it just highlights the importance of, so what happened next question. So I would like to see, if possible, consideration maybe at the next budget panel meeting beyond the 30th of March, if possible. Thank you.
Thanks. So there's a few points in there, Paul, but I don't know if you want to come back on those first. Thank you.
No, happy to develop things further to take into account Councillor Hagman's comments. I mean, I think in terms of policy development, we're looking at all budget options, so that would include policy items as well. But one of the things that we're really keen on this year is that the council plan, the development of the council plan, is actually the route, the vehicle to identifying the policy measures that members want to take, rather as it being seen as a kind of separate budget exercise away from the budget plan. It's important that they're combined. But absolutely, in terms, the budget doesn't stop once it's set, or once we get into the new financial year. It's an ongoing process, and obviously we do, through our regular monitoring, try to provide members with updates on the progression of the measures that they've agreed during the budget process. So, but happy to develop that a bit further through the budget panel. No problem with that at all.
Councillor Hagman?
Yeah, if I can just come back, I guess, I mean, we have got the budget panel set up. Is the budget panel looking back as well as forward? So have they looked at a review of, well, what did we do last year, what worked, what can we carry on doing, and what do we maybe need to be slightly more adaptable and change with? Because, you know, I appreciate we are a new council, but obviously business has carried on. Thank you.
Again, happy to take that into account with colleagues in terms of the agenda and approach for the next upcoming budget panel meetings. Certainly, we would want to build on the good things that have been done in the past and learn lessons from what's maybe not gone so well. So we'll certainly take that into account in terms of developing those agendas.
Thanks, Paul. And yeah, so I mean, I would encourage all members to feed in to the budget panel through the respective group leaders and representatives, and that way, as Paul's said as well, obviously for those who attended the event on Tuesday, we'll be trying to develop these things almost in partnership with each other, so the budget and the council plan should be inextricably related, because that's the best way to take things forward. So, and I think if we get the additional information in terms of a seminar somewhere in that busy timetable, obviously it's hard to fit things in at the moment, but I think we'll make every effort to make sure members are as fully informed as possible so they can feed into the budget panel and through FPT and all the other vehicles we can sort of sew this together into something that works. Okay, Councillor Graham Bell.
Thanks, Convener. Paul, it's obviously a bit of grim news about inflation, fuel and energy costs, and everybody's facing in the United Kingdom. Even in America under Sleepy Joe, people are facing these sort of problems as well. But looking at the fuel and energy costs, and obviously the contracts and electricity, as a business owner as myself, my energy bills are going through the roof. Compared to last year, fuel is costing me maybe 45 pence a litre more than it was this time last year. But looking at the fuel, it's been fluctuating up and down. It's been dropping down the last few days. If you take, for example, kerosene, last week it was about 91 pence, and I know you use a lot of kerosene in school boilers and gas oil. It dropped to 82 pence. So looking at the procurement angle and dealing with fuel costs and that, it really needs to be taken on a daily basis. Is there any way we should be looking at forward buying for a period of 6 months? Because sometimes if you forward buying, you can lock into a price of fuel. It is difficult, but I say it needs to be looked into. Be looking at fuel prices need to be scrutinised on a daily basis. I just wonder if that could be done. In regards to the energy costs, a lot of members are concerned about that as well. You know, members mentioned solar panels, there's on about wind farms, but the answer is nuclear power, and that's what we're needing in Scotland. But if you could maybe highlight us what you could do about the fuel costs on a daily basis.
Thanks, Councillor Bell. I mean, these are exactly the sort of suggestions we'd hope to get coming through the budget panel and council plan development process, and I think maybe the fuel one particularly is...
Nuclear power, yeah.
It's honestly, the council plan development is really for every idea from anywhere to get fed into that, so we can actually consider it in the round. But Yes, Paul, in terms of how we manage our fuel purchasing and that forward-looking, is that something I'd imagine we're doing that to some extent currently, but also could develop ways of looking at that in future?
Yeah, through the transport section, I know we do buy in advance in time those purchases and also buy in bulk, and understand, because we've been looking at this in a bit of detail recently because of the increases, that we do get a significant discount on the market rate for our fuel and energy as well, because of the extent of bulk buying and forward purchasing at a national level. We're still paying well below the market rates, although we're still seeing obviously huge increases at the minute. But I think in terms of Councillor Bell's question, I think it is important that we look at further development of these measures to minimise the cost impact on the council, whether that's through improved purchasing arrangements or reductions in our utilisation of some of these commodities that are going up in price. I think it's a key element of the budget process going forward, because we have seen huge increases this year, and the expectation is that markets will continue to be volatile and we'll see further increases. So we need to do everything we can to try and manage that. So happy to come back with a bit of further detail on that if that's helpful.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Gavina. Thanks, Paul. I think it'd be interesting for members, if we're looking at, say, September last year, so a benchmark for fuel and energy across the council, and take it to September today. It would give an indication to members of how much inflation and how much increases it's costing this council. So it gives an idea for the budget developments seminar. It gives members an idea. Well, we went up 25–26% since September last year, and this is the additional cost the council is facing. So just a bit further information for everybody would be helpful on that matter. Thank you.
Paul, is that something you're happy to provide?
Absolutely. To be honest, we've actually got quite a detailed report that was in the papers for this month's Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee that kind of sets out both the percentage increases and the monetary increases we've seen across energy, gas, fuel, PPP contracts, food and so on. So happy to make that available to the kind of wider members. Obviously it's just gone to the FPT members I think to date, but happy to make that more generally available, because I think that's the kind of information that members would find helpful.
Thank you very much for that. Deputy Convener.
Thank you, Convener. Paul, thank you for that presentation. It was really, really useful. Spoke about flexibilities in reference to 3.13, and these were kind of unlocked during the pay negotiations at COSLA, which is really welcome because it provides us with more autonomy in terms of how we manage budgets locally. Do you have any further information, because it seems to be hanging in the air, in terms of timescales from government about what these flexibilities will be, and percentage, what percentage of flexibilities will be allowed to have some autonomy over? And if not, what can we do to help push that forward? Thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is that COSLA have submitted a kind of listing of potential options for providing local government with flexibility. We provided that to the Deputy First Minister. I think as of yesterday or the day before, there's not been a response received on that yet. I think it's possibly something that will be discussed at the leaders' meeting tomorrow. I think it's reflected in one of the papers for that, but I understand that the Scottish Government have not responded yet to some of COSLA's suggestions. I think they're probably more high-level headings rather than details in terms of proportions or percentage at this stage, but I think once we get that kind of initial feedback on which ones have got potential in them and which ones may be off the table, that would allow us to maybe develop a bit further the potential impact of some of those flexibilities. So it's very much we need to find out what the Scottish Government's approach is before we determine the extent of that.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no doubt that it's challenging enough making the case for local government with the Scottish Government, but I think what obviously the factors out with the control of either of us effectively are inflation and cost of energy. So, and these seem to be the very pressing issues that are affecting everybody, no matter what you think about councils or government at the moment. It's fuel and energy and the cost of living that's affecting people. So I think there's no doubt we've got a big challenge on our hands, and I think we have to just respond as best we can using our creativity and initiative and whatever flexibilities we're able to exploit to do that. But hopefully our process will take us through that. So if we go to the recommendations, members, I don't see any other hands up. We've been asked to note at 2.1 the work being undertaken to develop the Council's medium-term financial strategy, taking into account the volatility of current projections in relation to pay increases, non-pay inflation and Scottish Government funding. Happy to note. Thank you. 2.2 is to agree the 23-24 and to 25-26 budget setting process and timetable as reflected at Appendix 1, recognising this process will be subject to ongoing review and potential revision. And I think we're looking to try and squeeze something in there in terms of a member seminar or event, something like that, to ensure that members are fully briefed, if that's possible. If members are happy with that. Thank you. And then at 2.3, to agree that plans should be developed as part of that process to address an estimated 5-year funding gap of £50 million. Agreed? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. That takes us on to item 5, which is Ukrainian Humanitarian Response Report by Chief Social Work Officer. I think Stephen Morgan's here to speak to this report today, along with Liz Manson. So this is setting out the arrangements required moving forward to meet the ongoing need with regards to humanitarian response to the arrival of Ukrainian guests in Dumfries and Galloway. So is there anything you'd like to... I know it can sometimes be a fast-moving picture at times, but is there anything you'd like to add to the report before I open it up to members? Okay, over to members. Any questions on the report? Councillor Drysdale.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks very much for the report. Could I just ask if the £350 has been allocated yet to some of the people who are supporting the Ukrainians, and also where we are getting to with regards to support within hotels with regards to the food provision? I think we were waiting to see if licences could be submitted to some properties, and I just wondered where we were with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pauline. Liz, are you able to help?
Yes, thank you. So we do have a number of hosts for Ukraine and super sponsor scheme hosts who have indeed received some guests already, and the monthly payments to them are being made. I think we had a couple of teething problems probably at the very start in sort of May time, but as far as we're aware, we're up to date and the payments are being paid retrospectively at the end of each month. We have a host newsletter, and we do encourage, if anybody's got any problems, particularly with the payments, to let us know so that we can deal with that as quickly as possible. With regard to the Welcome Hub locations, we have 7, as the report says. Some of these are hotels, and some of them particularly have been working with us to make sure that the provision of hot food particularly is in line with the contract with Scottish Government. So we have one hotel that currently doesn't have a working kitchen, and so we've got arrangements in place with local restaurants and caterers to provide the hot meal for them. And we do check in with the guests that they're happy with the arrangement. Thank you.
Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much for that. I will pass that on to the 2 people that have queried it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Drybrett, then Councillor McGregor.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. And you know, I think what we should be doing is thanking the people of Dumfries and Galloway for 660. Potential guests in Dumfries and Galloway. Of course, the people here have always been very welcoming to refugees, and you know, it's good to actually see that. And I'm passing on our thanks to everybody that's come forward for doing that. Just a question on 3.15, Liz, which talks about the 660 guests, around £7 million. We don't know how long this is going to be for. That's the issue. Has there been any discussion on how long the potential funding is going to come for, or is that in perpetuity until such times as the issue is resolved in Ukraine?
Thanks, Councillor Drybrett. Liz?
So at the moment, the funding is only guaranteed for 1 year, and our £7 million is predicated on that. That it's per number of guests that attracts a £10,500 per guest. So we've made that assumption that it's only for 1 year. But clearly there are conversations taking place at national level about the need for an extension if indeed the guests all stay on longer than 1 year. We are certainly finding that they are extremely keen to work and be self-supporting, and therefore we need to take that into account when we're looking at our request to Scottish Government and National Government for a continuation of that cost. So you're right, it's a moving picture, but we're keeping a very close eye on the funding.
Thank you, Liz. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Convener. Two very brief questions. I'm aware that we had a bit of an issue with Scottish Government block booking accommodation at one point, and I don't think that that was just unique to Dumfries and Galloway, but it meant that when we were going to book for individuals that were known in the area, some of the accommodation was already booked and was essentially blocked. And it's just to get an assurance that we've got a better stream of information and coordination between the local authority and Scottish Government in that respect. And the other one is that we've got a large number of hubs. We also have ports where people will be coming through. Do we have any indication of how many are staying in the region and how many are simply coming through the region before they go on to other areas, particularly down south, and if we're being, I suppose, compensated for the processing through the hubs? Thank you.
Yes, so the block booking of hotels has been consolidated. Scottish Government and local authorities, indeed across the country, have a much tighter handle on where the welcome hub locations are. So you're correct that, again, at the beginning, things were very uncertain. Scottish Government were trying to anticipate where they would need accommodation. But clearly, as things have settled down, and there are now 2 passenger ships as well, one in Glasgow and one in Edinburgh, which has given significant capacity. So yes, I think the picture is much more stable now, and Scottish Government, through an intermediary, are now contracting with the hotels for extensions where they're required. And we have identified that our 7 locations, we're comfortable with them. We can support these locations very well with staff in place. And indeed, the volunteer network which we've got, I think building and councillor Drybera's comment about the support of local people has been absolutely tremendous. So this is very much a joint effort between professionals in public sector, third sector, and indeed the private sector as well, as you know, supporting us with the catering example I gave earlier. With regard to the number of people who are staying, the way that it works is that the welcome hubs are very temporary accommodation for Ukrainian guests who arrive who don't have an agreed place to stay. And then at national level and also at local level, there's a matching process to try and find them either a private host or a social housing or private housing. Where they go is very much dependent on the makeup of their family, of their employment, and other factors around perhaps health. So their location is not necessarily about perhaps where they want to, if they want to stay here, but it's about where the right match for them is. At the moment, we've probably got about half of the people in Dumfries and Galloway welcome hubs who are finding a location, a long-term location in Dumfries and Galloway. There's obviously one of the issues that happens is if somebody's, you know, if your children are at school and you've got a job, then you tend to want to stay in that location rather than then move on to somewhere else. So I think that's really one of the determinants as well about whether or not people stay in our region.
Thank you. And just obviously members might be aware that, and this is sort of possibly connected in terms of the Challenge Poverty Week, but one of the things I think we need to be aware of is that when we are issuing information to families who may potentially be facing hardship they might not otherwise have been facing, then we need to be mindful of the language in which we communicate as well, because we are welcoming more people into the region, so that's maybe just something to consider. But I think it's been picked up by the Challenge Poverty Week team. So, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Convener. Like others, I also welcome the amazing work that's been taking place in bringing or accommodating these Ukrainians. And I was wondering, is there any grant available for the adaptation of buildings? Because I know, well, we all know that the Scottish Government's bought 2 ships, and I would have thought that there would be possibly the grants available for such a project. And I was just thinking in terms of likes of Kirkbank that we have boarded up, that used to be a hotel. I'm sure that wouldn't take that much to bring it into a usable premise.
Thanks, Councillor Wood. I think unfortunately there's no shortage of derelict buildings in Dumfries and Galloway, but they're not all necessarily fit for appropriate habitation. But I wonder if I'd pass that over to yourself, Liz.
Yes, thank you. So there is indeed funding, capital funding available to public sector, private sector and registered social landlords to bring buildings back into use. I think, as you said there, Convener, some of it is quite challenging about changing a building into suitable housing. However, our council, NHS and through SOSI, a number of proposals have been submitted to Scottish Government for both changing buildings into suitable accommodation. The RSL accommodation, which I think ties in neatly with your next report about the homelessness service. So the RSL accommodation that has been proposed for the Ukrainian guests is not necessarily where the homelessness service has a pressure. So we're bringing back into use some RSL accommodation that has not been used for some time. And there's also the possibility about land being used for modular housing. So there's a number of different ways that private, third and public sector are all looking for, not just for the Ukrainian guests, but clearly that gives us a longer term housing and properties that will be available to local areas.
And on the question of specific grants, maybe out with RSLs, because I think that was part of your question, Councillor Wood.
So yes, the capital funding is available to all sectors, not just the public sector. But our property and estate service have been very helpful in identifying any buildings that could be suitable.
Just to come back, you did make mention you've put in applications. When will we get the result from those applications?
There is no timescale has been advised as yet. I think the Scottish Government are working as fast as they can to make these assessments.
Thanks, Liz. Councillor Hagman, then Councillor Dempster.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to officers for bringing the report. I don't think it's possible to thank you enough, and as it's been mentioned already, to put our thanks on record to our communities, to our partners. Having sat at the local employability and skills partnership meeting yesterday, I'm aware there's a huge amount of work happening across the region, and I think it is absolutely to be commended, and that certainly in terms of our recommendations, I have absolutely no issue in agreeing that we continue to provide that ongoing support and look for the costs to be fully funded through the UK Government and Scottish Government. I just wanted to sort of ask a question, really, and it's in reference to how we're reaching out to the wider community as well. So there has been a huge mobilisation across the communities, but not every community. So certainly, and I'm thinking purely from my own ward's perspective, you know, I am a very rural ward, I'm aware of a few host families, but there's not a huge mobilisation as such across our community councils, for example, which is an incredible network of volunteers, and whether there's an opportunity to sort of link into that network to try and gain further support. I also wanted to ask, and it's a question that I'm still trying to figure out, why we have Ukrainian guests and Afghan and Syrian refugees. I would like them to be all our guests. And I'm just wondering, a lot of the support that's been put in place, will that be open to all the refugees who are coming to Dumfries and Galloway? So, as I say, we have got a Syrian and Afghan refugee resettlement scheme as well. And are those individuals who are vulnerable and looking to resettle here and are as valued and as welcome as everybody else, are they able to take advantage of some of the opportunities that we can offer in providing a safe haven for people? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. There's maybe a wee bit to unpack there, but Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hagman. I'll pick up the first point and I'll hand over to Liz for the second point. In relation to the networking of information that's around, clearly, initially, there was a big push from both the Westminster and the Scottish Government. That is in place, but more recently, we've got one of our social workers who's going around with colleagues from Mool around different parts of Dumfries and Galloway and engaging in communities and looking at how we can really get more activity going for all of our guests and local communities, and that's been really quite positive. We've really just picked up on that more recently, given the tremendous amount of work that's been ongoing to get all the assessments and the PVG checks done to make sure that the accommodation was safe. In relation to the opportunities for all of our guests using your language, Liz, I'll hand over to you.
Yep, thank you. So yes, you're absolutely correct. This council has agreed to participate in 3 schemes: the Syrian refugees, Afghan citizens and Ukrainian guests. And the reason we're probably very perjink about the language is because that comes with different entitlements in terms of their legal status and ability to remain in the country at the end of the resettlement scheme of which they're part. But the warm Scottish welcome is very much the theme, and the Resettlement Board continues to operate in exactly the same way for all of these 3 funded schemes. So that's very much the case. The posts that we're talking about do cover more than one scheme, but I think the difference in the Ukrainians is just the scale. So we've scaled up and we know what we need in terms of social work, community engagement, lifelong learning, based on the number of Syrian guests. And so that has enabled us to be quite clear about what we're going to need to support the number of Ukrainian guests. So in Syrians, we've got, the council agreed we'd have 20 small families, and we've currently got 74 Syrians with us. Indeed, some have been born in Dumfries and Galloway, which has been a real delight. And in the Afghan scheme, we've only had 1 family to date, but we've agreed to take 20, so we know that that will scale up over the coming years. And clearly, as the report says, we're expecting 660 Ukrainian guests. So you can see why this particular part of the resettlement programme has required a very significant increase in staffing levels.
Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, Liz. And thanks, Stephen, for the response. One of the points that you said there, Liz, was that the wording is about, different wording is in different entitlements, and that's something that I maybe would like to get some more information following this, because I don't think someone should be more or less entitled to a safe and prosperous future. So I think if there's a potential for maybe even doing some lobbying on that, I would really like to take you up, but I'll follow up after the meeting. Thank you. And also just to say thank you that from a local approach, we're treating everybody the same. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. Councillor Dempster, then Councillor Slater.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sure Liz is already aware of the issue I'm going to raise, and I make no apology for raising it again. In my ward, there's a large employer, private industry, crying out for employees that would support our Ukrainian guests. We have one RSL in my ward that is keeping 20 properties vacant, refuses to let them on the basis that there's low or no demand. And I cannot believe that we cannot marry up a home and an employment opportunity with one of our Ukrainian guests. And I hope that's something that we are actively pursuing. It would support local business, it would inject cash into the region, and most importantly, it would create a stable environment for our guests. And I think it's important that we explore that and we actively pursue, because I can't imagine anybody wanting to stay in a boat when there's a proper 3-bedded house and an employment opportunity 50 miles down the road. So I'll leave it with our staff to pursue that, Leader. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster. So I suppose there is something there, and it's certainly a developing theme in terms of like housing and marrying that up in terms of the other supports we're trying to provide for people. But I don't know if you'd get a boat in Midden-Upper still, but is there work going on in that regard with the partners? Because you know, people will see empty properties and think, why is that not getting used? So often there is a reason for it, but I mean, is that something that you're working with partners to try and determine?
Yes, very much so. So the Department of Work and Pensions has been organising a series of job fairs across the region. We've had them already in Stranraer and Dumfries, and that's the very point about saying to employers, you know, there's an opportunity for you to come identify with people what posts you've got available, and for people to go along to these. They're not just for resettled guests or refugees or citizens, they're open to anybody, but we're doing particular promotion with the Ukrainian guests through the DWP job coaches, and that has proved successful already. With regard to matching up the availability of housing, yes, we work very well with the RSLs, the Homelessness Service and Strategic Housing in one of the work streams. And it's exactly about that, just trying to maximise the availability of housing available to the resettlement schemes, but at the same time being mindful of the pressures and where the demand is from the Homelessness Service. So it's really important, and this is a principle that has been established both locally and nationally about parity, that it cannot be that one group has greater or better service than another. So we need to make sure that this is a coordinated approach. But we do indeed have houses available in Sanka, and we'll be working with the local employers to make sure that these people going up there have that opportunity for employment.
Councillor Dempster.
Aye, thanks. It's actually Kirkconnell I was talking about. The properties are a stone's throw from Brown Food Group. 20 of them with Home Group, and they refuse to let them on the basis that they're upstairs flats and that there is a low or no demand. They're perfectly good properties, and it's criminal that they're adopting an approach of we're not going to let them because it doesn't suit us to do so. And I would be keen to see us explore that. And Brown Food Group are desperate for employees. They're a major employer, one of the biggest, no, Dumfries and Galloway. And if we do what we can to channel our Ukrainian guests, or indeed anyone who wants employment, to that business or that company. And if you've got folk for Sanker, I'll take them to Liz. I'm just saying, though, the majority of the vacant properties are within walking distance of a major employer, and we don't seem to be offering our guests that opportunity, or at least it seems that's the case. So I'd be keen to see you engage with the RSL and do what you can to release these properties to support people that are in desperate need and just want a stable life and a stable environment again. Thanks, Leader. I'll not come back again.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster, but I think I could probably trust you to maintain the pressure in terms of your local ward. But obviously, I think the use of the word criminal there is a figure of speech, but I mean, obviously we'll make every effort to try and make sure the best use of resources is found, particularly where it's going to benefit locally. Okay, thank you. Councillor Slater.
Thank you, Chair. Around the world, there's around approximately 2 million shipping containers lying idle. And many countries now, including this country, are turning them into accommodation, and some people are actually building full houses with them. So I just put it to the Chair, could that be possibly looked at? Because it's possibly short-term in many cases, but they can turn them into actually beautiful accommodation for people to live in. So that's the question I would put to you. Was that be something that could be thought about? Because obviously there's a difficulty with finding accommodation, hotels and that. And that's something that's being done in this country, and maybe it could be looked at. That's just a question I have. So.
Thanks, Councillor Slater. I mean, obviously, any form of suitable home will be welcome to those seeking a home. So I think there's maybe something about how we creatively explore the provision of homes along with our partners. So I'm just sort of wondering, is that the type of project that we could explore or do explore? Or, I mean, I know we'll be touching on homelessness per se in the next paper, but is that something that you're mindful of? Thank you.
Yeah, I think the Scottish Government has been clear that they are interested in any form of property, any building that could be turned into housing. And, you know, I think from our interest, yes, for the resettlement scheme just now, but clearly it gives us an infrastructure in Scotland that can be used, you know, longer term. So we're very keen, if anybody's got any ideas or any thoughts in your wards, we'd be delighted to hear from you and pass them on. And I know, as I say, SOSI are already working with businesses and private landlords, I understand, but, you know, better twice than not at all.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to hear that you're actually looking at other ideas, and that could be possibly a good idea.
No, thanks, Councillor Slate. And I think there's an invitation there really to link up directly with the officers and maybe pick that up after the meeting. Councillor Scobie and then Councillor Drysdale, I think.
Just a quick question, and it's just building on what Jimmy was saying. I was just wondering if I should withdraw item 6, but I'll keep it on the table just now in terms of homelessness in Kirkconnell. But just looking at the education and employability work stream, and I know in Stranraer there was a young Ukrainian who was actually providing an interpretation service for his colleagues, for doctors, job centres and so forth and so on. I just wonder how many actually have gained employment when they are here. If there's a number that you could maybe illustrate just how many have gained useful employment and indeed or volunteered in some of the places in and around the areas.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. Is that data they actually have up to date, or is that maybe through our partners? And could it be provided if it's not sensitive? Thank you.
Thank you. Just read my mind, because what I was going to say is I don't have that figure with me, but in the next briefing that we send out, we'd be very happy to give you a number, and we can give you some examples of the sectors that people are employed in to, obviously maintain their confidentiality, but it would give you an indication of where the guests are involved in. And one of the pieces of work that DWP is helping us with is the equivalency of qualifications, because a number of the guests are coming across, accountants, vets, teachers, etc. So we're working with the Ukraine education officers about making sure about what their equivalent is in our country, and then helping them particularly with English to make sure that they can get into employment as quickly as they can.
Thanks very much for that. I'm sure we welcome that information. Councillor Dennerley first as a first-time speaker, then Councillor Drysdale.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Liz and others for the information that you provided. I just have a few queries from some of the Ukrainians who are deaf within the area regarding the services that they've contacted me regarding services for people. Like, for example, some of the Ukrainians that have came here themselves are deaf and use sign language. So how are we able to give access to those services for those refugees with language translation, etc.? That's important for families, deaf children, etc. It's important that they make sure that they have the education and social care. Also for third sector as well, for volunteers, how can we link in with that and make sure that we match the needs that they have? So it's obviously a crucial topic. Is there anything you can tell us more about that? And also that applies, of course, to other disabilities as well.
Thank you. And I think we did mention language earlier, but of course it's not just spoken language, there's sign language. So is that something that you can address for Councillor Dennerley, please?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and a very important one. Like I said, in relation to deaf people, but also other disabilities, all of the guests who are coming in are being matched into social care, health, education, and there's additional funding and supports in play. As you can imagine, though, we're kind of learning as we move, and we're trying to allocate resources where we can. So if we've got any specific examples of support that's required, we'll pick those up, and happy to have any conversations with further that.
Councillor Dennerley. Oh, do you want to come back?
That's all, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale and then Councillor Johnson.
Thanks very much, Convener. Thanks for the report, both of you. I was very fortunate actually to have lunch with some of our Ukrainian guests a few weeks ago, so it was some time back, but it was a really interesting experience. And in fact, I had some delicious Ukrainian soup, and I can vouch the fact it was lovely. Councillor Dempster has said that there is such a severe labour shortage in our ward and most of the rural wards. We're finding that there's a real shortage of milk relief just now. I have been approached by a number of farmers and also Ukrainian guests on the resettlement scheme who'd be quite keen to join up with the farm industry, but I think there's a slight anomaly, and I wondered, Liz, if you could possibly send us an email out to all members just to explain with the resettlement scheme, and if they're the refugees, well, they're not refugees, the Ukrainians are being held in the hub, as to what their work status would be, what paperwork that would be required, because I'm just finding a bit of a lack of clarity with that. So if you could possibly follow it up with an email, that would be brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Is that something you can help with, Liz?
Yes, absolutely. DWP have been working with employers, and including in the agricultural sector, and we do indeed have some, at least one, of the Ukrainians in a welcome hub working in a farm. So that is a sector that is being developed, but of course we're always happy to share more information in detail about how the system works if that's an area of interest.
Thanks, thanks Liz for that. I'll take one more question and I think we can maybe stop for a comfort break if that's okay with members, just to allow a wee bit of, well, comfort for everybody. So the last person I've got on the list is Councillor Malcolm Johnson.
Thank you, Convener. Pauline has actually just kind of went over part of what I was going to ask about. It was the mechanics of temporary NI numbers and that sort of thing to enable employment. You've got item 12 coming up, you know, and everybody wants to make sure that their records are correct and that they're making tax digital. It's quite important that all that stuff is in place. And I think for employers, most employers would be a bit concerned about taking on staff without them having gone through all the due procedures because they're leaving themselves open. So that the email coming out will probably be perfect for that.
Thank you. So I think we've captured that action anyway, so I think that's something that's helpful. And in terms of the recommendations, if we're happy to go to that, I think obviously we've heard from a number of members just about the gratitude and the thanks towards the people of Dumfries and Galloway and the staff in terms of working together to make this a welcoming place. So I think if we can capture that somehow, if members are happy to do so, that would be good. But in terms of the recommendations as written, are we happy to agree the arrangements required to provide ongoing support to guests arriving from Ukraine? Thank you. And that the costs associated with these arrangements will be fully funded through a combination of UK Government and Scottish Government funding, and that arrangements have been established to closely monitor costs incurred and ongoing commitments to mitigate any risk of there being insufficient funds to cover these costs. Thank you. And to receive regular updates as this humanitarian response unfolds. Thank you. And of course, there's a number of actions and points of communication that will come out as a result of the discussion today. Thanks, members. We'll stop for, we'll say 30 minutes. No, okay, let's negotiate. 20 minutes.
Lunch in 10 minutes, Chair. You might as well do the next agenda item and then stop for lunch 10 to 12 now.
Well, we can go for lunch just now and make it a lunch. Yeah, so we'll call it half. Right, I'm being told lunch isn't here, so...
It's not here yet. Logistics.
Right, so we've got logistical issues. So can we stop then for, I'll say 15 minutes, and then we'll come back, and then we'll just go from there. Is that okay? 15 minutes, so whatever the time is now, plus 15. Right. Welcome back, members. I think we got a wee bit mixed up there because no sooner had we stopped than I think the person who was delivering lunch delivered the lunch, and then I'd already called it for 15 minutes. So, however, we'll try and make a bit of progress, and then we could take a proper break for lunch in due course, if that's okay with members. So, we move on to item 6, which is the Homelessness and Housing Pressures Report by Director Economy and Resources and Interim Director Communities. But before we move on to the actual detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from both Economy and Resources Committee and Communities Committee so that we can discuss it? Thank you, members. So the report itself provides an update on strategic housing, the Housing Options Homeless Service, detailing the ongoing impact of the current economic situation on the delivery of these statutory functions. The report also highlights some of the development constraints across the region and work that is underway to resolve these issues. It's been prepared following a request from Councillor Scobie to the Interim Communities and Director Economy and Resources for a report on this policy area under Standing Order 16.2. So I think we have Jamie Little and Lorna Campbell here. I can see them on the screen. So welcome, and they're available to take any questions from members on this report. So over to members. Councillor Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. And again, I would like to thank Lorna and Sean, both for Economic, E&R and Communities, for bringing forward the report to the full Council, because it straddles both departments. Can I say, in asking for the report, and it's not by way of a criticism, because I hold both Lorna, Jamie and Joe, we are in the highest regard, and that's for all the staff that we employ. But we need to provide them with the means to do their job. And I think it's that crisis that we are currently in. And I think in 3.2.1, it really highlights there that during the pandemic, there has been a steady rise in homeless presentations due to the current economic climate. This demand has escalated further since April 22. And it's that escalation that's the real problem, as I see it, particularly in Dumfries and Stranraer, where the people present themselves as homeless is really going through the roof. I think in terms of 3.2.4, we really see the rise in families in homelessness. And again, the figure that Shelter has provided is that there's some 8,653 children in homeless accommodation, and that's rising. And we've got our share of that, as is illustrated in the report, where there are 123 children in homeless accommodation. That is not acceptable in today's society. 3.3.1, it does lay out there that we have used hotels and bed and breakfast as temporary accommodation. These are not suitable as homeless accommodations. There are no cooking facilities in them, or they don't normally have that kind of facility. This has been highlighted, the crisis, by Shelter, and in some of the correspondence I've been receiving from Shelter, the housing plan laid out by the First Minister does not go far enough to tackle the housing crisis. And indeed, Shelter has said the housing emergency is close to becoming a tragedy, with the government's own figures showing that homelessness is on the rise, with record numbers of children trapped in temporary accommodation, and social housing building is still slowing down. And I think that's reflected in the table that we see here in terms of the difference in 21 to 2022 and the rises in percentage and figures there in that table. So we've really got to be doing something. You did make mention, Chair, of the constraints, and I recognise that in terms of finding construction companies to do a lot of the house building, but we can't allow that, in my opinion, to stop us at least making that representation to the Scottish Government, to say that, you know, it is a crisis. Shelter's interpretation of that is a tragedy as to what we are facing. Children caught in homeless accommodation. We've got to be doing something. And recognising, indeed, 3.5.2 in terms of the partnership working and the convention in terms of what they are saying for the spring of 2023. I would hope that as a council we would recognise the homelessness in our area, the crisis that we are in, and if only we had the vacant properties like what are in Kirkconnell, in some of our other areas, are people where they want to live. But we need to be doing something, and I would hope that we can look at the recommendation 5 when that 2.5 when that comes to as to what we have to do, or what I hope we would do in terms of making representation to the Scottish Government, particularly around children, where you know we've got that number 123 and rising, kids in homeless accommodation, families in homeless accommodation. We've got people living in overcrowded conditions, and the waiting lists are becoming stagnant because we don't have the properties, the 3, 4, 5, 6 bedroom properties to move people who are in overcrowded, which could be classified as equally being homeless if you're living in overcrowded conditions. So I would hope that I welcome the paper, as I say. It highlights just what a crisis we are in, and we've got to provide our staff with the means to deal with it, and I would hope that we can make representation to the Scottish Government, and if you could take that under 2.5, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie, and I think it would be clear to all members that we've got a massive housing challenge generally, not just in terms of homelessness, but it's certainly something that I think the thing is it's often easier to make representation than to deliver the things we need, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. And certainly at the last Convention of South of Scotland, as is highlighted in the report, that ended up being a kind of running theme in terms of housing being something that would unlock in terms of supporting the economy, addressing the homelessness issue, and all the other things that we know about housing that we sometimes struggle to deliver. We know we've got funding over the next few years in terms of that 5-year programme, but we also know that that's going to be put under pressure because of the rising costs of delivering, and even getting the construction companies to actually come and actually deliver that, it can be a challenge as well. So I think we can take some comfort in the Deputy First Minister will hear this at the convention. I think it's in February, and I'll defer to Chief Executive in terms of if there's any update on that. But in terms of the paper itself, there's a number of other people who want to speak, and then we can get to the recommendations as we go. So first of all, we've got Councillor Little.
Just pressing the wrong one. Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Lorna and Jamie, for this report. The rise in homeless presentations really alarming in our region, and equally worrying that we're struggling to access temporary and permanent accommodation to fill the growing demand. 3.2.5 on page 35 says when a homeless application is received, the local authority then has a duty to source a permanent housing solution, secure a tenancy, and this usually is achieved through the allocation of a tenancy with our RSLs. Do we work along also with our private providers? Is that an option that we can use for homeless? Because we use our RSLs, but I don't see anywhere that say that we use private for that. And also on 3.2.7, we're talking about the cases waiting for permanent accommodation for over 12 months is usually the larger housing, the larger homes. Do we have the same backlog and the same lack of homes for like 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? Do we have that same sort of stagnant housing list where it's not moving on? So 2 questions, sorry.
Thanks, Councillor Little. So over to yourselves, Jamie and Lorna, if you could pick up and answer that for Councillor Little. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pick those up. With regard to the second point about the number of cases that are over 12 months, there is a variety of reasons for that. We do currently have 2 of the, it's now 8 who've got over 12 months, that is because they're waiting on a larger property, but it can be for a variety of reasons. It may be people have very specific housing needs in a specific area that may have a low turnover. So there is, as I say, a range of reasons in there. With regards to the use of private landlords to discharge our homeless duty, yes, we do. I think I said in the report is we predominantly use RSLs. Obviously, it's the largest housing sector in Dumfries and Galloway. And because we work in close partnership with individual organisations, it's often quicker and easier to discharge into that. But we do work with private landlords, and we will have cases that we can secure permanent tenancies with private landlords. So we do work closely with that sector.
Councillor Little.
Thank you. No, thanks for that. No, just on the point of the smaller accommodations, smaller requirement of bedrooms, 1, 2 bedrooms for single people or for couples, or whatever. Is there still that? Is there still that sort of long waiting list for that? Are they moving quicker? Because I know it's very difficult when someone gets a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom house. It tends to be their forever home and they don't move on. So I understand they'll not shift on very quickly. But when you've got the smaller accommodation, smaller amount of bedrooms, is it exactly the same? Have we got stuck with that as well? As I'm trying to think of the right way to put that. You know what I mean? I'm trying to say, are they still the same as the 4-bedroom and 3-bedroom? Are we still struggling to accommodate? Is there still a long waiting list that's not moving forward quick enough?
Thanks for that. It's not as bad. There obviously we've got more 1- and 2-bedroom properties, so there's a quicker turnover of them. And some of those that have been waiting a long time, they may still require a 1 or 2-bed property, but maybe it's a specific area. So it's not as bad, but the waiting list for homeless, permanent accommodation out of homeless is much bigger than we've had in some time. And I don't know if I said it in the report, but we're currently sitting with about 260 homeless applicants who are looking for permanent accommodation. And that's the range. The majority of them will be 1- and 2-bed properties that they're waiting on, but because of the large numbers and the slowdown in the permanent accommodation market, that number is going to get larger.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Convener. 260 applicants sort of leads me nicely on to my point, which was very similar to Councillor Dempster's earlier on. What influence do we have over RSLs who are blocking accommodation in our region? Because certainly in our ward, there's fairly significant blocks of flats that have been refurbished in the last few years that could be brought up to a standard for use very, very quickly, be it for local residents, homeless or Ukrainians. And when you contact the RSLs, they're telling you that it's in our 5-year plan. Now, to somebody that needs a house next week or next month, a 5-year plan is no good. So what influence do we have over RSLs to help to unlock those particular properties? And second question, page 47, 3.3, you've got the sort of table of the housing market area, and it says the housing land requirement by housing market area. Is the land requirement plots, hectares, old school, acres? I'm not quite understanding what those statistics are trying to tell me, and slightly disappointed that we don't have a wider regional, because I think people will be aware, and again, alluding to Councillor Dempster's points earlier on, we have settlements that do have good job opportunities, and I'm not seeing some of those settlements on here. Lockerbie springs to mind as an immediate. So, if we're focusing on those areas, should we not be looking at areas with a more sort of wider strategic view of transport, job opportunities and all the things that could support people to have a slightly more secure life, I would guess?
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. I don't know if the first part in terms of influence in RSL is one that, Jamie, you might be able to pick up in the first instance. And certainly, I know the Dumfries housing area is sort of odd in that it includes Lockerbie, which you'd almost argue that it might be better if we were able to sort of disaggregate that somehow just in terms of the need. But Jamie, well, I'm assuming it's yourself, Jamie, that would pick up on that one. Can I pass over to you?
Thanks, Convener, and thanks, Councillor. In terms of the influence we have over registered social landlords, we do work very closely with them, particularly through the Common Housing Register Board around allocations of properties. taking on board Councillor Dempster's points earlier as well regarding Upper Nithsdale, where there is a strategic need or a very pressing need to bring forward a property for a particular family, we will work with home groups to try and bring that one forward. I am, and Lorna as well, part of the Common Housing Register Board, and we are seeking to engage further with home group in terms of those properties that they have available or potentially available. Now, we need to also recognise there are costs to bringing those up to a relative standard, but we will work very closely with them to ensure that all the housing stock across the region is available. In terms of the housing market areas as set out within the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, those come from the Council's Housing Need and Demand Assessment. And while they are termed as Annan, Dumfries, Eskdale and so on, they do cover a wider area. So you are correct, Convener, that Dumfries housing market area does include places like Lockerbie and Moffat. We are required to embark on another housing need and demand assessment, and part of that will also be including a review of housing market areas to ensure that they are appropriate and up to date. So hopefully that gives some comfort to councillors just in relation to the approach taken there across the housing market areas. The units around the housing land requirement, those are, rather than hectares, those are housing unit numbers rather than an actual area. So that's the number of properties we've identified through the demand assessment are required within that housing market area to meet both market and affordable housing demand.
Thanks for that explanation. I'm sure we'll welcome reviewing the housing market areas as well. I think it's maybe timely to do that. Councillor McCammon.
Thanks, Convener. My question doesn't particularly tie in with any of the recommendations. However, it came about from very recent events within my constituency, and it does tie in with homelessness. And if we look at page 35, 3.2.5, it's with regards to the homeless applications. So I just wondered if you could help me understand, that's probably the main reason I'm asking the question, could you possibly outline what part that Dumfries and Galloway Council play in the homeless housing of ex-offenders? Does that lie with the association? I would imagine that we play a part in it somehow. So particularly serial offenders. And my question is mainly around location. What consideration is taken from what the offence was? And I'm not going to get specific. If there's no answer, you know, we can take it offline, but I feel I need to answer it just because of recent events. So is there consideration given to the location where the ex-offender's placed in terms of homelessness? I'm talking about, you know, for the sake of society safety and for the safety of the ex-offender. I know it's probably a very complex question, and if it is, you know, I'm happy to take it offline, but I just really need to know, not the ins and outs, but briefly, if that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor McCammon. And I think there's probably an element of that which would need to be dealt with offline. But I think in terms of the general principle, is that something you could assist with, either Lorna or Jamie?
Yep, thanks, Convener. Yeah, I'll take that. Yes, it's something we do consider where we know, and it often will depend on what the service already knows from the homeless presentation of the facts, but we also obviously liaise very closely with our social work colleagues and criminal justice. So when we are placing in temporary accommodation for the facts that we'll know, we'll make assessments on what is suitable for a community and where it's an ex-offender to, particularly around domestic violence. We'll try and ensure not housed anywhere any, victims, and the same with permanent housing. But a lot can depend on what we know at the time of presentation, either what's disclosed or what we can source in there. And sometimes it's availability, but we would always look at the risk factor in there. If there was any risk to the community or the person themselves, we would always look to accommodate to negate that risk.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I might take it offline. Are you the best person? Which one of you is the best person to take this offline? Yeah?
Yes, I'd happy to take that offline.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor McCammon. Councillor Dempster.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Just a couple of points first on Councillor Scobie's point about large properties. There was one came up in my ward a few weeks ago and I had 3 constituents contact me for support. They all qualified for the house, but only one could get it. And I think there are only 2 4-bed RSL properties in Upper Nithsdale and no 5-bed ones. So these folk are waiting in dead men's shoes. And each of them have personal issues within their family grouping. And it's really challenging. And I've spoke to RSLs. I've had many discussions with them. They won't knock 2 2-bedroom houses into a 4-bed because that reduces the potential income stream. They won't build 4 or 5-bedroom houses because each additional room costs £50,000 in last year's money, and they can't recoup that through the rental income stream. So there are real challenges that we need to look at in relation to how we provide larger rooms for families that, in many cases, absolutely, it's an essential need, and we're not meeting it. And the point that Gail raises, Gail won't remember because she wasn't here, but in 2000 and 2001, Councillor Scobie and I were part of the council that stock transferred council houses. And there was a housing needs assessment made at that time, and it decided that large areas in the region, because of the volume of houses that were available, there was no need for additional houses to be provided at this time. However, there's a degree of lunacy applied today, because I've had young people contact me looking for help. They want a house. There are 3-bedroom houses readily available, but they don't qualify because the allocation system doesn't allow a couple to get anything more than a 1-bedroom house, despite the fact that they're not interested in the fact bedroom tax might impact on them because it won't. They're both in employment, but they can't get onto the housing ladder. And this is an area of low demand. And I made the example earlier that there are 20 houses empty. Half of them folk will not get because in the allocations policy, they simply don't qualify. And I think that's absolutely wrong. We should be saying to folk where there's low demand, if there's a house there and you want it and you can pay your rent, you should absolutely get it. And that's something that I know Jamie and Lorna will be aware of, but I think we need to do more to try and address that. And I understand that won't happen in high demand areas where we try and marry the property specifically to the type of applicant that's on the waiting list. But in other areas, there should be flexibility applied that simply is not being applied or not being frequently applied. And the last point I want to make, and it's specifically, I think, to Jamie, and it's about the SHIP, the Strategic Housing Investment Plan. I see in 3.41, page 37, we talk about the SHIP being over a 5-year period. There's one at least in this list on page 57. It'll have been on the SHIP for 4 years. There's no movement whatsoever. They have, in schoolboy terms, ran away, but they're still on this list. And they're preventing development elsewhere because the money's been allocated to this particular developer for a particular site and nothing's happening. So I think we need a more up-to-date investigation on the SHIP allocations and engagement with the developers to see if we can take them off the list and reallocate these funds to other developers elsewhere to make sure we meet the HNA, the Housing Needs Assessment of that particular area. And the last thing's a throwaway line, but it's important again. We're ghettoising areas, especially in rural settlements, by introducing flats. No one wants them. And yet this developer that I'm referring to, and Jamie and probably Lorna will know who it is, are trying to build new flats in an area where folk won't take flats. There's a lunacy. We're giving them money to build houses that no one will want, simply to try and squeeze more properties into a limited space. There are huge tracts of land that would be well suited to reasonable developments and barrier-free ones, because there's no way an upstairs flat's barrier-free. We should be starting out, a lifetime scheme whereby if you're allocated a house, no matter how your mobility issues change as you age or mature, you should be able to adapt that house. And we're not currently doing that, or at least we're not doing it in an intensive fashion maybe as I think we should. And probably a lot of that just observations, but I'd expect Lorna and Jamie to take them up, and I'm happy to take responses if there are any. But I think it's important that we have a strong, hard look at what we're doing with housing in this area and how we can readjust our approach to accommodate the folk that are needing them. Thanks, Convener.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster. So, I mean, there's quite a lot we could take from that. Dead men's shoes is a phrase I've not heard for a long time, so thanks for reminding me about that. But in terms of the lunacy, it's the last thing we want, obviously. I think there is probably something, it's always worth reviewing how we do things to see if we can improve the homes for D&G. Obviously, we have a portal which a number of housing associations are involved in terms of sharing that front door in terms of allocations, but not all housing associations are involved in that. Is there something about the criteria or the allocations policy that we can influence or even review and reflect upon? There's certainly issues about the availability of larger homes, which obviously there's issues about delivering those, and that's something that I think we have to push as we go forward. And in terms of the rigour to which we apply in terms of the housing list, that SHIP programme, there's maybe something in that as well, which I gather does get reviewed. What the criteria for that is, I'm not entirely clear on, but I'm sure that between Lorna and Jamie, we can maybe, I don't know if you could provide an answer to some of Councillor Dempster's, if not questions, then observations. Thank you.
And I'm happy to take them on offline, Convener. I appreciate there are plenty and some of them are complex. So if it's more convenient for Lorna and Jamie offline and share it with whoever other members want, I'd be happy with that.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster. Jamie, you look poised to speak.
Yep, thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Dempster. And obviously happy to continue the discussion offline if that's helpful as well. I'll keep this as a fairly high level in terms of a response and then can get more into the detail again, as I mentioned, if that's helpful. So in terms of the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, we are required to review that as a minimum on an annual basis. That has just gone through a process via the Economy and Resources Committee where that's been agreed by members. And something that was keen to stress at the Economy and Resources Committee is that there is a more regular review carried out by the Council in terms of delivery of projects. Aware of some of the issues in Upper Nithsdale in terms of Strategic Housing Investment Plan delivery and some of the sites and challenges that are there. But we are working very productively with that particular developer to look at bringing that project forward. And we'd be keen to advise members that is being prioritised by both the Council, the Registered Social Landlord, and would also include the Scottish Government in that as well. In terms of demand, we very much look at each project on a case-by-case basis on in terms of where the buildings are going to be sited, how we're going to require allocations, looking at waiting list demand information, and it's very much done on the basis of what is right for that particular area. But also keen to mention this for members' awareness, very close working relationships between myself and Lorna's service in terms of the particular demand, larger family homes that are raised. Lorna and I meet on at least a monthly basis to review the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, look at projects there, identify particular challenges, whether that be larger family homes, people with disabilities, so that we can ensure that the SHIP is delivering the properties that we very much need. I would just quickly mention to members as well around the allocations policy. Councillor Dempster has already mentioned the stock transfer, meaning we are solely a Strategic Housing Authority at this time and provision of homelessness and housing options service. However, as mentioned previously, Lorna and myself do sit on the Common Housing Register Board, known as Homes for D&G. There is currently an allocations review underway, and we are seeking to influence that in the best possible way we can for local people. And we'll continue to take on board these comments from elected members and feed them back into that review process. I hope that covers the sort of fairly high level Councillor Dempster's queries there, but as I mentioned, more than happy to take that offline for further discussion.
Thanks, Jamie. Is that okay, Councillor Dempster?
I'm delighted with that, Convener. Thanks for your tolerance or forbearance. I'm happy with that, and I'll catch up with Jamie and Lorna offline. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Drybrough.
Thanks very much, Kemi. There is always a level of tolerance required when Jim Dempster actually talks in full council, but it's just coming back to a specific point that Willie actually made about, you know, the staff. I mean, I've been out and about, as myself and the Vice Chair as community, been out and about looking at other departments. We've been to Dumfries, Kirkcudbright, and we've even been to Stranraer, Willie, to the revenues and benefits and homeless departments, and these guys are under severe pressure. They've had 2 or 3 years of new grants that they've had to also deal with over and above the homeless situation. And maybe for a bit of confidence, Willie, there is a report coming to Communities Committee to try and support the staff there. But I want to put on record my thanks to the staff for what they've done over the last 2.5 years. They are under severe pressure. Unfortunately, we lost one of our homeless officers at the weekend who died in Newton Sports Centre after having a heart attack, and the staff in there have done their best to try and revive him but couldn't. We've got that as well to consider the staff, because he was well known and he was well liked in the area, and he was well liked not just by the staff but the people who he'd actually supported over a number of years. So our thoughts to his family, obviously, at this sad time, but a bit of confidence, really. There's a report coming to communities to support the homeless and the Revenues and Benefits Department.
Thanks, Councillor Driver, and of course I think we have to do our best to support those around the member of staff who passed away, because obviously friends, colleagues and family will have been greatly affected by that. But I think, yes, so your thanks are noted, I think, and that's something we could record. Councillor Marshall, I think I have next.
Thanks. Yeah, totally support a lot of what Willie and Jimmy have both raised, and I'm kind of reassured by Jamie's response with regards to the SHIP, because I do think that we are moving in the right direction. A lot of success over the last few years. The likes of the Wheatley Group are now starting to build more houses, which is welcome, you know, because of the stock that they have. I do think we do need to kind of review. I'm glad that you said that, you know, you review it, and I remember the last report also highlighted the ones that were maybe faltering a little bit and what you were doing to try and get them back on track. But I think we do need more kind of forensic look at that list to see, you know, is there any on there that shouldn't really be on there? Because there's certainly a couple of my ward as well that they're not progressing at the speed I would have liked. In relation to the strategic housing partnership, we were due to have a meeting in September, but it was one of the meetings that was cancelled. But although we were, as a new chair, we were looking at agenda items, but I think maybe, Jamie, if it's okay, I think in view of what you've raised and the report, I think maybe it's an ideal opportunity. Oh. I think it's an ideal opportunity, Jamie, maybe to add that as an agenda item, because, you know, attending those forums are all the kind of RSLs and some of the private developers. So I think there is things that, you know, is within their gift to actually improve the homeless situation across the region. You know, and I can remember we discussed a couple of years ago about a lot of the kind of 4-bedroom properties where, with family members leaving, you have an example of someone, just a single occupant in a 4-bedroom house. And I don't think there's enough done to, you know, sometimes that person wants to stay there for families, and that's fine, you know, maybe because there's an attachment there, but also there's ones that maybe want to leave as well. So I don't think there's enough done on that. There's a range of issues that we'd probably like to discuss with the RSLs in our region, and because of the summit coming up in the spring, I think that would be an ideal opportunity, because that has got to focus heavily, again, the homeless situation and housing at that summit, along with economic regeneration. So I think probably we should actually include that when we get the date for the next forum, and that will be in time to actually feed in some of that into the summit in the spring.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. So is that something, so perhaps as an action rather than a recommendation in terms of what this committee does, but well, what full council does, but in terms of that agenda item being an action to take away to add to the housing forum, if that's okay through yourself, Jamie, is that something that can be picked up?
Thanks, Convener. Yes, that's something we can pick up for the agenda of the next forum. I'm more than happy to do that. Just to quickly pick up on another point that Councillor Marshall made there as well in terms of the ship review. It is something we do go through on a very regular basis, quarterly meetings with all the Registered Social Landlords Development Forum. One of the projects that I mentioned in the report is Curry's Yard in Heath Hall, which many elected members will not have recalled this one being put into the Strategic Housing Investment Plan is around 10 years ago. But the introduction of people like the Wheatley Group into this region have actually enabled projects like that to come forward. So there are multifaceted challenges, and we do continually review these projects. Some take a lot longer than others. But on Councillor Marshall's second point, then more than happy for that to be included on the agenda.
Thanks, Jamie. We've now got Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Thanks, Leader, and thanks, Wally, for bringing this one forward. Most of my points have been covered. The only, I suppose I'm making assumptions here, and tell me if I'm wrong. It's probably particular for Jamie. So the local development plan has been touched on housing land allocations. That would be contained within there. I think housing needs and demands assessment feeds into a local housing strategy, because the amount of changes that have happened over the last couple of years, which have been identified within the report, you'd get the strong feeling that they were out of date now. They need to be brought up to speed, but there's been delays in the local development plan. It's been put back a couple of years. So just how do we as elected members make sure and make sure that this is at the forefront, that we make that this can be amended, brought up to speed? I'm making an assumption there, I could be wrong, but I just think even the development plan and development management, I think that's implicit in this as well, because any decisions that have to be made need to be made at a fairly reasonable speed. There's been constraints in both departments there. So I just think there's so many threads to this. It's about the solution, I'm thinking in particular. How do we bring that forward as quick as we can? It's already going to other authorities, asking them for help, for money, going back to the points I think the leaders made actually. How do we do this ourselves? I think we need to just move on. I personally would like to be involved, whether it's through the Strategic Housing Forum or whatever the best forum is for this. So that's my points. Any other points I had were covered, Leader.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Jamie, is that something you can help Councillor Carruthers in terms of feeding in and bringing together those strands in terms of the local development plan as well?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. In terms of the housing need and demand assessment I mentioned earlier, that's the evidence base for both the local housing strategy and the local development plan. The current version of the local development plan was agreed and published by the Council in 2019 for a 5-year period. So 2024 is the date that is in place until. A report is coming back to the November Economy and Resources Committee, providing members with an update on the local development plan process and some of the requirements that we need to put in place in terms of that delivery. As mentioned, the housing need and demand assessment is the key evidence base, and that will be the first piece of work that we need to kick off on. In terms of the development management review as well, there is another report also coming to the same committee, Economy and Resources Committee, and those two reports will be very clearly aligned. There is absolute synergies between the local development plan and development management review. So for members' awareness, those will be considered at Economy and Resources Committee in November.
Thanks, Jamie. Councillor Carruthers, hopefully that will give you opportunity to feed in and keep yourself appraised as required. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, the officers have actually brought forward quite an informative paper here, and I hope I'm not going to digress too much, because I do recognise it's about homelessness and housing, but when I look at page 35, the 3.2.4, and you've got 15 presentations from 16, 17-year-olds that are in full-time education, and you can't help but wonder what sort of impact this is actually having on student accommodation and the education of our younger people. Does it have an impact? And I do know, I'm sure we've all seen in recent reports, that cities are having serious problems with student accommodation. are we anywhere like getting near that situation or not?
Thanks, Councillor Wood. So I presume this will affect us more either at college and at school level rather than at university level, just given the age range. But I'm not sure. Maybe that's something you could help clarify if I pass over to yourselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Wood. Probably the 16 and 17-year-olds that I'm referring to in the report are actually still in school education. And as the service, we've worked very closely with education services and social work to support these individuals. And normally it's been where there's obviously a family breakdown. So we've tried to support those who are still in education is trying to find them suitable accommodation, and while also supporting them to continue with their education and continue if that's the route. I think it's just highlighting that it is particularly challenging. Quite a lot of the temporary accommodation we have is probably not suitable for a 16 and 17-year-old. You know, so we have to put quite a bit of an additional support in there. We use our housing support services to support them, but it is challenging, and it's as I said in the report, a worrying area that we're really trying hard not to see an increase in, but still trying to support those individuals with, you know, in conjunction with the other services in the council.
Councillor Wood.
Just for clarification though, we're not having any impact on the student accommodation within Dumfries and Galloway's colleges and university?
Are you able to address that one in terms of specific student accommodation?
I can take that one, Convener. Thanks. So in terms of student accommodation, that is also something that's considered under housing need and demand assessment, and we will obviously be engaging with local colleges and universities in terms of the student accommodation that's required. Something we're certainly aware of is that many students are looking to not necessarily live in bespoke student accommodation, but across the private rented sector as well. And there are significant pressures on the private rented sector that we're aware of, particularly in areas like Dumfries and Stranraer, where most of our student populations will be based as well. So that will, as mentioned, form part of the housing need and demand assessment, and there will be a requirement for us very much to look at what is required in terms of student accommodation and how we as a council, from a development perspective, and as key partners can support the increase if it's identified as required. I can reasonably confidently say that there is a need for additional accommodation to meet the needs of students within this region, particularly the expansion of our current learning opportunities within the region.
Thanks, Jamie. I think so. The housing needs and demand assessment seems to be the key piece of work at the moment. In terms of the next speaker, we've got Councillor Malcolm Johnson.
Thank you, Convener. My points have largely been covered, and I was pleased to hear the action point, because as Councillor Marshall pointed out, it was the kind of direction of travel I was wanting to go in. We're clearly hearing that there's a number of blockages and choke points in the housing allocation policy, and the sooner we look into it and then ultimately do something about it, the better.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Drysdale.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks for the report, Jamie and Lorna. And obviously we're under a heck of a lot of pressure at the moment, and I do understand that. The only thing I'd like to check out with you both is there's not too much in the report under short-term emergency housing, and in rural areas it's not often applicable that you can source a B&B last minute for somebody, and we're just about to go into a cold winter as we know. Have you or has the council looked at the modular pod accommodation with regards to the pop-up portable pods that we see across 4 other councils in the UK at the moment? These offer safe space without electric hookup, chemical toilets, and they're modular and also modular static units, as well as the container housing, which of course has been mentioned before. All of these are opportunities, I should say, but we also have a local business in Dalbeattie, as we know, doing this very thing, but obviously just for the private sector. So I don't know if it'd be worth more of a detailed report on something for the short-term solution, which would be interesting to read. Thank you very much. Thanks, Convener.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. And that is obviously the points been raised earlier about creative solutions to finding at least temporary suitable forms of housing. So is that something that you are looking at already?
Certainly from a homeless perspective, we're aware of the other local authorities that are doing this, so we have had some discussions with them. We're at the very early stages of just, you know, we're aware of it, we're looking at it. But as Councillor Drysdale said, given the position that we're in, yes, that's something that we are, you know, we will be exploring further.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Convener. Just a quick question. Is there any sort of scheme in place that would help? A number of councillors have mentioned people in four-bedroom properties. You know, family have moved on. It's a single lady left or a single gentleman, but they don't have the finances to move, and so it's a very frightening time for them to move into a smaller property and the cost of that. And they don't have anybody to help them move either. Is there any sort of like scheme in place that is offered to people that are in 4, 5 or 3-bedroomed houses that could reduce the size of the house, please?
Thanks, Councillor Hill. Over to you, Lorna and Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Hill. So in terms of actual initiatives that are run by registered social lands, I should say that the where somebody is undercrowding a property, if that's the right term, not fully occupying a house, they are eligible for additional allocation points through the current allocations policy. At this time, I'm not aware of any particular initiatives to support that approach that are specifically focused on downsizing. However, there are a number of other initiatives that are relevant that are provided by the registered social landlords. So that can be to assist with many different types of costs that can be incurred. And if suitable or if appropriate to elected members, more than happy to pick that up for a further discussion with the registered social landlords through our regular meetings.
Thank you, Jamie. Is that something that would assist Councillor Hill?
Yeah, it'd be good if it could be picked up, because I think if this incentive was put out to people who are undercrowding properties and they knew that there was help out there, then they might be more adapt to moving into smaller properties with a bit of assistance and a bit of help, and not just with private renters, but with, you know, a DGHP Wheatley group. I think that would help. Thanks.
Thank you, and I think Jamie's given a commitment to pick that up, so hopefully that will lead to something positive. Councillor Ingalls.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks Councillor Scobie for bringing this to the table. Most of the points have been covered, but one I think that might be worth considering. I know I've mentioned in the past that our targets are really ambitious for the next 6 or 7 years, especially given what we've delivered in the past 6 years. I'm just wondering whether there's a blockage there right from the point of identifying sites, through planning, through procurement, through to actually getting contractors on site to start developments, because it's clear that we're scrambling about looking for properties in the current portfolio that's available when it's new properties that are needed. And I'm just wondering whether there's a blockage there, Jamie, that might, you know, if there's some way that we can fast track this process.
Thank you. I know the report sort of touches on this to some extent, but is that something you can help with, Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor. So, as part of the housing in demand assessment, we've set what's referred to there as the housing supply target. Now, that term is potentially a little bit misleading, but it comes from the Scottish Government guidance around housing in demand assessment. And effectively, what it is actually a land requirement. So, within the National Planning Framework 4, which is due to be laid in Parliament later on this year, the term has now moved from a housing supply target to a minimum housing land requirement. Effectively, what that's then doing is setting out the area or the space that we require in Dumfries and Galloway to build the number of homes we've identified as there being demand for. So it does change the term slightly, and I think that language is important just to set out. Also, through National Planning Framework 4, and again, it's very much resource-driven by the local development plan team, will be a requirement for sites to be reviewed on a more regular basis to ensure they are actually deliverable. Unfortunately, there are a number of sites in the local development plan that have taken a lot longer to bring forward than we would have hoped. There are also owners who will be keen to have their sites included in the local development plan, given that gives it effectively planning in principle and the ongoing impact that has on the value. But there is now going to be an expectation. We expect, following the Agreement of National Planning Framework 4, that the Council does undertake a more regular review of those sites to ensure they are deliverable. So I hope that gives assurance to councillors that that work is being prioritised very much by officers as resources are available.
Councillor Ingalls.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think, you know, if we're not there already, we're heading very quickly to crisis point on this, especially on the homeless part of it. Yeah, I mean, I had to deal with somebody who, as I explained at the previous committee that we discussed this at, it was 10 minutes to 5 before they were allocated a property to go to that night, and they only got it for one night. And I don't think that's acceptable, and I do see in here that that may be addressed to some degree. But I think I'm still concerned that the whole process is too constrictive, right from identifying land right through to the delivery. I know that we're governed by Scottish Government and procurement rules and one thing or another, but the question needs to be asked, are those rules too tight? Do we need to deal with this as a crisis, the lack of housing?
Thanks, Councillor Inglis. Well, Jamie, do you want to have a go at answering that?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. So in terms of the procurement, that's not something that necessarily impacts on Dumfries and Galloway Councils as Strategic Housing Authority. We aren't buying sites and then identifying contractors. That is obviously something that does apply to the rights of social landlords, and they have a number of effective frameworks that they put in place to try and expedite that part of the process and ensure that they are still obviously delivering value for money for their tenants and future customers. The delivery of affordable homes, the challenges that are being experienced are multifaceted. Some of them macro, some of them are within our control to some extent. And as mentioned earlier, the development management review is a fundamental part of the process for enabling any development, ensuring that service is adequately resourced and has the effective ability to actually get to the approval stage, which can be a significant delay in the process. So there is work underway. It is very challenging at the moment, but we are working very closely with our colleagues in development management to ensure that particularly some of the larger strategic sites can be brought forward as swiftly and as effectively as possible.
Thanks, Jamie. And I'll take Councillor Lowe's question, then we'll go towards the recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm really looking at the reasons for homelessness. We have a very rural area. We have many private landlords. And quite often what I'm finding now, and people are coming to me with, is that they're leaving, the tenants are moving, and the homes are going up for sale. Reasons like the regulations that landlords have to actually keep to keep the properties up to scratch. So I'm just wondering if it's possible to get an idea of just the numbers of the different reasons why people are made homeless, and just what the balance is between reduced housing stock or financial reasons or whatever the other reasons may be. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lowe. Is that something we've got the detail here today, or that could be shared readily with members?
Thanks, Convener. Councillor Lowe. Yes, it's information. I don't have it today at hand, but it's information we report to the Scottish Government on a regular basis, so we can provide for members the reasons for homeless presentations. And we can provide a comparison for what they currently are now compared to what they were, for example, pre-pandemic, which gives some indication of where the rises in those reasons are, if members are happy with that.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you. So with that then, and I think we've had a good discussion about this item. So if we now move to the recommendations, firstly, if we will note 2.2, the rise in demand for housing options and homelessness services as detailed in the table in the report. Happy to note. Thank you. To 2.3, note the pressures on temporary accommodation as set out in 3.3. 2.4, to note the development challenges being experienced in the delivery of the affordable housing supply programme in the region and the ongoing work that's been carried out to overcome these issues as set out in section 3.4. And at 2.5, to note the further opportunity to develop propositions with partners to address the challenges, engage in national agencies and Scottish Government on these through a Housing and Economy Summit at the next meeting of the Convention of the South of Scotland, as outlined at 3.5. And Councillor Scobie, do you want to come in at this point?
Yeah, Chair, and it wasn't to, the information I gave wasn't to amend 2.5, but really to complement the work of the convention. And I would hope you would accept a 2.6, and for the Council to make representation to the Scottish Government for more housing investment to, one, provide for larger accommodation that we've heard of today, and there are initiatives that we can take for ourselves, but to provide for larger accommodation in Dumfries and Galloway to allow the stagnant waiting list to move, thereby providing for people living in overcrowded conditions, and B, to spearhead an urgent emergency housing action plan to protect people from homelessness. So it really to complement 2.5, because it's urgent. Just now, I think it was said by Gail McGregor, if you're waiting for a house next week or the next month, we shouldn't need to wait to February. The representation could complement the convention's work and maybe bring something to the table. I would ask that you accept that as a further recommendation, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. I appreciate that not all members might have seen that form of words, and obviously you've said them out loud, as it were, but would members like a chance to see that, or can they be put in the chat, just so that members can... Okay, well, I mean, if members are broadly sort of happy with that, I think we can maybe find maybe the appropriate way to... oh yeah, that's them in the chat now. We can find the appropriate way to make that lobbying position, whether it's a case of writing a letter to the relevant minister or to take that up through COSLA. If you allow us to sort of work through the Chief Executive to find the best way to do that, and then we can report that back to members and share the output of that. So members, we're happy to agree on that basis then, 2.5 with, or 2.6 as well, with Councillor Scobie's suggestion.
Sorry about that. It was just clarification on the Chief Executive, what her role in this would be.
I'll let the Chief Exec say that to you.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Wood. As has been referred to in the course of the discussion, we have the COS summit in February, and the plans have been drawn up in relation to that. So I think what the convener is referring to is, because myself and Lorna, Mian and other colleagues will be involved in the development of that work and the programme for that COS event, that we would take forward the considerations today as part of the planning for that, and take into account the additional recommendation that's been made by Councillor Scobie, if that's agreed, and that can be taken forward in parallel with and as part of the development of the programme for the COS event. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is you're going to take the lead and the ownership of this.
Well, if it's okay, and I think I have, or as co-leaders or as convener, or whatever, that I think we're trying to navigate the best way that we can make representation as a council, while the sort of officer level arrangements are taking place to make sure that the Housing Summit happens in the best possible way with these, if you like, political positions in mind. So, there's a division of labour, I think.
It's so that we get actions taking place after the discussion. That's all I'm looking for.
No, I think what Council is saying is pretty clear today, is that we want action, but we also need to make representation to achieve that. So if Council's happy with that, I suggest, can we now break for lunch? So half hour, what's the actual time? So if we make it 13:35, if we could return at 13:35, thank you. Thanks, members. Welcome back. Hope you got a wee bit of time to get a comfort break and some lunch there. We'll just get straight back on to item 7, which is the Climate Emergency Cross-Party Member Working Group, report by Head of Governance and Assurance. This is to provide members with information in relation to the Climate Emergency Cross-Party Member Working Group, the Working Group for short, as requested at the meeting of Full Council held on 28th of June 22 in relation to whether member champions should be appointed. We've got Vlad sitting next to me here and Simon Fieldhouse, I think, on the call, as far as I understand it, to speak to this item if members have any questions. So over to members. Councillor Dryburgh.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Obviously, the climate emergency is obviously very important to all of us in councils up and down the country. There's a lot of issues being raised at the moment with regards to climate emergency and what we're actually doing. I know through the work that I'm doing with APSI Energy, for instance, that even if you look at converting vehicles to electric vehicles, there's only sort of 6 manufacturers in the UK that actually provide these vehicles. And it's going to be 32 local authorities looking for these vehicles, and you're not going to get it done by 2025 for this particular council. So we need to look at this pretty in an even hand and look to try and move things on in many other ways as well. And we suggested something earlier on with regards PV panels, for instance, and I think it's pretty important that we continue the work of the group moving forward that happened in the last session. It's all local authorities are looking at this as a matter of haste. Obviously, as part of their budget setting process. I think looking at what we've done over the last 3 years since 2019, since we declared it, it was good working group there, and some of the actions from that working group came to reports to the relevant committees, and then we've moved on, especially with charging points, the move to battery-operated equipment such as streamers and things like that. So that's been pretty good. I think it's important that we do have a working group of sorts, and the suggestion in 2.3 would be that one member from each political group, I think, is a good one, because that's what it was before. We don't have a champion as such, but we can work through that with the officers who attend that particular working group, and I would suggest we do that, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Driver. Yes, I think so. Obviously, we're being asked to consider nominating to that working group, and I think adjusting the remit to include a substitute as well for that. So, any other elected members wishing to speak? Okay, Councillor Slater, then Councillor Hagman.
Yes, I'd just like to ask the questions about electric charging points. Most of these charging points are just 7 kilowatt. The reason for that, the infrastructure is not there to have the high-speed chargers like 50 kilowatt. So if you're charging a car at one of these points, it'll take an hour to charge about just over maybe 20 miles, and on a cold day probably not. So I think that we really need more chargers, but the problem you appear to have is there's only single-phase electricity going. You need 3-phase electricity for fast chargers. So you need that infrastructure put in place. So therefore, I have to ask the question about all the ones that's just 7 kilowatt, because you're talking an hour to charge a car about 20 miles. It's okay if you're running out of time, you're stuck, but if you're going any distance, you really need 3-phase power plants.
So, Councillor Slater, thank you for that. But I think today's focus particularly, I mean, this is exactly the sort of subject that can be discussed in more detail at the working group, and that would be a good forum for it. I think what we're really looking for today is just to get that approval to go ahead and make sure that the groups will nominate members to that if members are so minded. So, but that's exactly the sort of thing we'd hope to feed into that group, so it's not gone unnoticed. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. I'm looking at the appendix and the remit of the Climate Emergency Cross-Working Party Group. And I think certainly the fact that we took this initiative at the last council term is to be commended. And I think it was a point that I raised in some of the discussions of our council plans going forward, that actually, and this is a point that I raised in that forum. If we don't look at the climate emergency and take serious actions, we can have all the priorities in our work we want, but actually they're going to overtake everything. So I just wonder, within the remit of this group, it does say it has no decision-making powers and the Council standing orders do not apply to the group. However, the members would participate in cooperate on a constructive basis. Would there be opportunity of that group to feed into the council plan as a working group? Because I think, in my view, it's imperative that we actually take every opportunity to, when we have these working groups, that they're actually utilised to the most advantageous. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. I mean, yeah, so I'd imagine if you're a member that sits on that working group, you would be feeding into the council plan anyway to get those points in. So it's almost like a double bite at the cherry, if you like. So I'm not sure that would be required, but I'm sure that every member who's on that working group could take a decision at the working group that they resolve to feed into the development, if that's any help.
It is. I guess my thoughts are, once the council plan's developed and it's almost out for consultation, would that group be looking at it wholly within those eyes? Because you're right, it's a double chance, but if the working group is actually going to have power in helping shape policy for the future, I'm wondering if there's a specific action that working group could do to ensure that we are actually meeting the aims. Thanks.
Yes, so, I mean, just on page 61 for members' benefit, the key role of the working group is to oversee the implementation of the 12-point plan. So how that's done, I suppose, would be a matter for the working group to discuss and work alongside with officers, etc. And then I think it reports to Economy and Resources anyway. So I think there are ways for it to track the discussion and decision making or recommendations of the group, for example, to the appropriate decision making bodies within the council. So I'm not sure if that helps answer your question, but I'm just wondering, do we have maybe through yourself, Vlad, or if Simon's here in terms of being able to speak to that on behalf of Councillor Hagman, or for Councillor Hagman, I should say.
Thank you, Convener. And yes, it's a very valid question from Councillor Hagman. I think from a governance perspective, I think you've probably covered most of what I was going to say, which is in effect there are different routes for that to happen. One is through the normal reporting of the group. The others is for those members that are party to that group to report through obviously their own party groups and thereafter the kind of leaders forums and so on in terms of that development of the council plan, which is probably the right way to go about it. So there are opportunities there, but also for officers to take on board any comments that are made that you would wish through that to have actions for officers specifically, if there's anything for them specifically to do, depending on what the working groups want to put forward.
Thanks, Vlad. Councillor Wood.
Well, thank you, Convener. It was with regards to the frequency of meetings, you're talking in terms of 8-week cycles. I'm just wondering if a quarterly cycle might not be a better way of going forward. And the other one was the budget that would be allocated to the working group. Have you got any figures to present at this stage? Or because I think, if I'm not mistaken, in the last term, it was about 35 to 40,000.
So a couple of points there. One is about the frequency of the meetings, and I suppose it's members' hands really, and obviously in the dictates of the calendar as well in terms of what can be fitted in. And also the question about the cost associated with operating the group, if you like. Now I don't know who we've got on screen to answer that question. Simon, are you online and able to assist with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. In relation to the last appointment made by Councillor Wood in relation to the budget available, there isn't necessarily a budget that's solely allocated to the cross-party group. The budget is actually allocated to the Climate Emergency Declaration, and there will be a report coming back to Economy and Resources, I believe, in November, that will outline obviously some progress that's been made against that, as well as our report on the Climate Duties report to the Scottish Government. But obviously there has been some movement in terms of spend. We have now got obviously sort of officers in place, and we're obviously working to move the 12-point plan and also obviously sort of different activities across obviously different service directorates forward in terms of sort of reducing our carbon footprint. In terms of the meeting sort of structures and obviously frequency, I'm happy to obviously sort of be guided by members in terms of the frequency that would suit them.
Okay. Councillor Wood.
I just have a concern then with regards to the budget. I would like to know exactly what sort of commitment we're making here, because if we've spent between 35 to 40,000 last year and we've got electric streamers, we're hardly going to save the world, are we? So it's about making sure that we actually have in place the finances to support a good a good working team that's going to actually progress something of value.
Yeah, so I think, well, one of the things about that, before I hand over to, I think, Vlad in this instance, is that this is a continuation, if you like, of a council commitment and one of our 5 priorities. And I think we've already allocated budget to that commitment, if you like. Now, it could be something that we maybe want to pursue through the development of the council plan and budget as we go forward, which would be the appropriate way to do it. But there's already an existing commitment financially in place to support this working group, which effectively will be mainstreaming the climate emergency action plan into the work of this council. So I think it's not sort of over and above what we do, it's central to what we do. So I don't know if that helps, along with the information that's going to come back to committee. Councillor Driver.
So the clarity is that was an example of one thing we've done as a council. We've moved from petrol to battery operated streamers. One thing and a host of other things. Now, if Councillor Wood thinks that's all we've done, then he obviously hasn't been paying attention to some of the papers that have come forward to other committees.
Councillor Driver gets very excited, doesn't he?
So, okay, we'll just leave that one there just now. And I'll let Vlad come in and maybe address some of the points that have been made.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, just to confirm, and I think it's been confirmed already, that this working group doesn't have a budget as such. And again, going back to that governance, that it doesn't have a decision making. It's that forum for them filtering into both the council plan and obviously the budget development, which we've had a presentation earlier today in regards to how to feed into that. So that's the process that has been laid out in this report, which is in effect a forum for those discussions and those strategies to be formulated and thereafter to proceed to the various routes that we mentioned earlier.
Thanks, Vlad. And Councillor Wood, quickly.
Thank you. It's just the frequency. Did we agree whether we should be increasing or reducing the frequency of the meetings?
Yeah, so I don't think we've agreed that yet, but I'll let Councillor Beretti come in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Given it is a priority, reducing sends the wrong message, and that it means that we're not taking this seriously. Having an 8-week cycle gives us 6.5 meetings a year. Having a 7-week cycle gives us 7 meetings a year. Personally, I would think that we are in a crisis that really needs to be tackled, and I just don't think an 8-week cycle. I think even a 7-week cycle, but I would be going with the 8-week cycle.
Thanks for that contribution. Councillor Dorward.
Thanks, Convener. Given the importance of this, which has been discussed at length at the moment, can I make a suggestion that the group, when it's formed, decides the frequency of the meetings, because they will be on top of their remit? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm getting a wee bit of feedback here. I'm not sure if there's another mic on, but... Okay, thank you. Okay, there's a bit of discussion there about the potential meeting cycle, but I think in principle, effectively, what we're being asked to do today... Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Councillor McGregor.
Sorry, I had indicated to speak. Yeah, I'm not opposed to the principle of a working group, but it's got to have teeth. And I think that the climate agenda needs to be absolutely intrinsically sort of interwoven into every piece of work that we do across the council. I'm not seeing a 12-point plan in here. I think I'm seeing up to about 3 points. So for the benefit of new members, we maybe could have done with, the detail of those 12 points. But given the magnitude of policies that are going to come through, UK-wide, Scotland-wide, and locally, our home energy efficiency programmes and active travel and EV charging points, and just the sheer magnitude of this working group has got to have some focus as well. It can't just be a talking shop that meets every 8 weeks. They need to establish a programme of work streams that are important and ensure that that is, as I say, being utterly interwoven into every other
department and service committee that we have, and all 43 elected members. So I'd be really interested to see that the working group, once it's set up, brings back to us essentially a works programme with priorities and looking at just transition in net zero or estate management and efficiency or whatever. I don't want to be sitting here in a year's time saying, what's the working group been doing for the last year, which I kind of do at the moment because I just do. So I think we need to have a very strategic function of this working group, and it is going to be a longer term piece of work, but
okay, thanks, Councillor McGregor. So I think, yes, so there's something there about driving the work of the working group forward. And I think that obviously there's only room for 4 elected members on it. I'm sure there'll be a bit of a clamour for interest in terms of getting on that group, and each group will be able to do that. And I think what we're looking at today is about doing that as well as providing a substitute to ensure that there's always that coverage, if you like. And the group itself will appoint a chair who will then be able to lead and help drive that forward as well. And as we've already in the paper, it does have the part about reporting to economy and resources, and I think we'll be able to see that work coming out through the relevant committees. But also, I don't think we want to be here in a year's time either, sort of wondering what we've managed to achieve and it's not clear. So I do take the point, though, that it doesn't actually, it might have been helpful for new members, as you say, to include the 12-point plan. But I mean, I think that's readily available now, but I think that's maybe something we could remind members by circulating that again, maybe just, or even the link to the website where it has that as part of our priorities. So with that, I mean, I hadn't anticipated this level of detailed debate about some of this, but can we agree to basically note the decision made at 2.1 in terms of the June full council? And at 2.2, note the remit of the Climate Emergency Cross-Party Member Working Group as detailed in the appendix. And then at 2.3, we're been asked to agree to amend the remit and the membership to have 1 member from each political group with nominated substitutes, which we don't have to have names today, but I gather that group leaders can submit those names after this meeting if we agree that. Happy to agree? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'll let Vlad have a finishing word on this one.
Sorry, just to clarify, further changes to the actual terms of it, in terms of first and foremost that the frequency is to be decided by the group itself, and also the reporting mechanisms that Councillor McGregor mentioned in terms of actions from it.
Yes. So, yeah, so they'll get picked up as actions, and obviously the group will determine its own frequency of meetings. Okay. Thank you. So item 8, becoming a bit of a regular at the full council meetings lately, which is the Licensing Act 2005 vacancy on Stewardship Divisional Licensing Board. We have a vacancy in terms of the membership of Stewardship Divisional Licensing Board, and I'll hand over to Vlad to speak to this. Thank you.
Yeah, and we may have also Sharon from the licensing team available to speak to it. Ultimately, members will be aware already of the importance of processing licence applications and the potential repercussions of not processing them as a result of not having the relevant boards set up. So we'd encourage for that representative that we require, if not more than one, which would be very welcomed. I'll maybe pass on to Sharon in case she wishes to say anything on top of that.
Thanks, Vlad. No, nothing further really to add. Obviously, just we need a minimum of 5 members, as you've seen. It's 1 member that we require just to ensure that the continuity of the Stewardship Divisional Licensing Board. Thank you.
Okay, so the first thing I must do is invite or encourage members who would be able to sit in that. Would they be able to come forward to do that? And failing that, are there any other questions from members about this that members might want to raise at this point? Councillor Ian Carruthers first.
Just quickly, Chair, we've got a vacancy on Andy Alestiel as well.
Thanks for that, Councillor Carruthers. I think in this point it's critical because we need to have a minimum of 5 members per licensing board, as far as I understand it. So even though there is a vacancy on Annandale and Eskdale, I think there's it has the minimum of 5 members, and there's I think there was 6 originally. So just on a point of clarity, Sharon, would you be able to just clarify for members, just in case there is any doubt about that?
Yeah, certainly. I'll just double check if members can just bear with me 1 second. Thank you. Yes, thanks, Convener. No, you were quite correct. There is a vacancy on that board at the moment, but because we do have the minimum number of 5 members, the statutory one was obviously brought to your attention just for an urgent decision on that one.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener. As a fairly new councillor, I've got an observation and a question. Previous full council meeting, there was a request for members for the licensing board for Nestdale. There seems to be a pending request coming, or potentially a request coming forward for an additional licensing board. I know we've got 4 licensing boards for Dumfries and Galloway, and part of our job is to ensure that we do business fairly cohesively and fairly quickly for people across the region, which is not happening at the moment, potentially because we have shortages on these boards. Would there be any merit or legislative ability to reduce the number of boards in Dumfries and Galloway to enable members to do their job perhaps in a better way? Asking the question.
Thanks, Councillor Dorward. I'll bring Vlad in just on that specific question. Thank you.
Absolutely, and through you, Convener, just to confirm that officers have already got an action to take that forward, and that's part of certainly governance and assurance projects that we will proceed with, recognising what the Council has already stated previously when we had the other reports in terms of vacancies and the issues surrounding the vacancies, in particular the training, as you might recall, that's required, and then the test that you need to sit. And absolutely agree, it would be much more efficient to have one board covering the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. There's a couple of legal issues that need to be addressed in that process, but it's with us to take that forward without having to go into further detail on that, but we will take that as a project. We've heard loud and clear from members the need to do that, and I think it's appropriate in terms of the efficiencies that we require to process those applications for the benefit of the applicants and the economy at large.
Thank you. So I think that's certainly been taken on board in terms of a direction. There's a few hands up, but Councillor Bell, I think first.
Thanks, Convener. It was actually myself that suggested that what Councillor Dorward was talking about is probably the way forward. We're kicking on a few months down the road. I was expecting a paper to come to this full council, or to, you know, because I remember the last time there was obviously a paper report was coming, but we're here again, so we certainly need to go down the avenue of reducing the number of boards of the region-wide panel.
No, and it's yeah, and the point's been well made, Councillor Bell. So thank you, Councillor Howie, and then Councillor Drybrough.
Thanks, Convener. Certainly glad touched on one of the main issues. Was the nonsense of having to resit an exam when you've got members from this still perfectly happy to sit in the stewardry, but they have to go and resit, do a day's training. It appears to be a money-making exercise for alcohol-focused Scotland that goes beyond reason. However, we are where we are, and if we have to come to a single board, that's fine, but I would like to think there was a degree of latitude to be built in so that the views of the 4 districts could be taken into account if we were to pursue that particular route.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm sure that will come out in the report we're looking forward to. But just on for today, is that something that, because obviously there are slight variations between the core hours, for example, the policies of each board, although there'll be a lot of similarities. Are those sorts of things able to be reflected in the development of a single regional board, or is that something we just have to tease out through the process, Vlad?
that's part and parcel of the discussions that members will have in terms of deciding whether to move to that kind of unitary board or not. At this point, obviously, what we need to do as officers is put forward that timetable for progressing that to you and all the potential, as I said, legal matters that need to be addressed en route. So in terms of that particular point, yes, it's one for members to discuss at the time of making the decision.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Dryborough and then Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. I think there will be issues that members will raise if we go to one single licensing board. There may be an option to go into 2 east and west as opposed to the 4, which is pretty hard to get manned at the moment, especially in the Stewartry area. So I think maybe an option, Vlad, would be useful coming forward to say either 1 or 2 as opposed to just going straight to 1. I think local members have local knowledge of licensees and things like that, which is actually useful for the boards to actually consider when they move forward. So it's just perhaps an option as opposed to just going straight to the 1.
Thanks, Councillor Dryborough. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. Having experienced a time when we had 4 planning committees, there were huge differentials, for want of a better word, in how planning permission was disposed. And centralising it and making it one set of rules, conditions, call it what you will, I think was the fairest way to do this for all people within the Dumfries and Galloway region. And I would suggest the same would be the case here, rather than having some latitude for some and strict controls for others. Everybody should be treated the same. The only thing I wanted to raise as an issue was there will be some time constraints or requirements for stewardship to determine applications before we get through this process, I'd imagine. And we need to have some way of ensuring that we don't let the people of stewardship down. I don't know whether that's finding one volunteer to do another course to ensure that that licensing panel can sit until such times we decide how we want to take forward the real thorny issue about a membership of these 4 divisional boards. Thanks, Convener.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster. Yeah, I mean, I think we have to. We've got the problem in front of us today, and then we've got the potential improvement for the future. Councillor Brodie.
Thanks, Leader. There's been a number of views expressed around the table on this, and perhaps the best thing is to have all the options explored in our governance report on this. At the moment, I quite favour a board for the east and a board for the west, which because we are doing this because of a logistical problem of getting members. So, but at the same time, we want to reflect the views of society on both areas of the region.
Thanks. No, but I think we'll probably be presented options so that members can actually discuss and determine how best to go forward. So the more inclusive that is, the better, I think. Vlad?
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Yeah, just to confirm that any paper put in front of members will first and foremost look at all options for you. We'll do that. But just to bring it back, if I could, for today, although this has been a very worthwhile discussion, I think what we need to take forward is whether there are any volunteers for that vacancy in order to take it forward, because just to be truthful and honest, is that this will take a while for us to get that through. Even if I had the options today, it will take a while in terms of consultations and everything else that we need to do with the trade. So that will be a process, and we're talking a significant amount of time that will pass. And as a councillor has pointed out earlier, decisions need to be made in terms of those licensing applications.
So that brings us back to the point in question, which is effectively, can we agree to elect a member to fill that vacancy? And would somebody be, could somebody thole to go through the training day again, just for the interim period until we actually come up with a better approach to doing licensing across the region? Councillor Beretti.
Is this a case of step forward, one volunteer, and everyone steps backwards? I think that is the case. I'll do it.
Thanks. That's probably brought close to that.
Well,
unless there's any other volunteers.
Yeah, I have to go through stewardship every time, so I might even stop off at one or two of these places.
No, Thank you, and I think that maybe, so in terms of recommendations, unless anybody else wants to contribute, but ultimately that's, I think, what we want to get from today, to note the current membership of Stewardship Divisional Licensing Board, and then to agree elect a member. I think obviously Councillor Barretti stepped forward, so we're happy to agree that. Thank you very much. That takes us on to item 9, which is elected member, Youth Council and Officer Working Group on Children and Young People's Rights, or EMYCOWGCYPR. The purpose of this report is to seek approval of detailed proposals regarding the establishment of elected member, Youth Council and Officer Working Group on Children and Young People's Rights. I think we have Jim Brown here on the screen, and also Darren Little here to assist members with any questions. So is there anything you'd like to add to the report?
Thank you, Convener. No, nothing to add, but happy that Darren and I answer your questions.
So over to members. Any questions on the report itself? Councillor McGregor.
Very simple question for you this time. Do we require substitutes on it? I think it's a good idea to maybe have the notion of a substitute just in case.
Yeah, so I mean, I presume that would be within our gift. Should we need to have substitutes? If members are happy to agree that, providing, because I think the ultimate thing is we can fulfil the role of the working group. I'll just double check. Is that within our? Okay, so that seems to be fine. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. So it's just in terms about our consistent approach, and certainly Councillor McGregor's made that point about consistency of having substitutes. I asked the question before of the Climate Working Group, so I'll ask it of this one. Will this group have a chance to oversee the council plan in relation to its remit? As I say, I raised it previously, so in terms of being fair. And also under the reporting, it makes specific references to specific reports, but in terms of regular reporting of what the work of the working group will do, is there a plan to get that, or do we need to agree that today, just so we can get that continued oversight of what's happening? Thanks.
So for the benefit of members, before I pass it over to officers, it does have on page 69, if it's helpful just for that reference, in terms of the reporting there, it sets out the rights reports will be brought to Council, NHS and Youth Council for approval. So reporting and governance arrangements for children's rights will be brought forward for consideration as required. So that's maybe not descriptive enough particularly, and maybe in terms of answering your question, but I don't know if that's helpful, Councillor Hagman.
I read that, but it doesn't say, and a report will go to full council, or that full council will be the overseeing body, or will it go to education? In the past, who would have the oversight? It doesn't. It's not very clear, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you. So for Councillor Hagman's assurance, Vlad, would you be able to assist? Thank you.
Yeah, I think the intention, and I'll maybe check with the officials that are online, but I think from my interpretation of that is that it has to report to full council on it, but I'll check in with colleagues if that's okay through you, Convener.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Vlad. Thank you, Convener and Councillor Hagen. Yeah, that is my understanding that this is certainly not for the Education Committee. This is for full council that we report back to.
Councillor Hagman quickly, and then Councillor Driver.
No, thank you, that's great. In terms of my other question of the oversight of the council plan, is there any engagement with our youth council on the council plan?
I don't know, actually. If you were to put me on the spot, I mean, obviously we're developing our council plan because it's our council, but I think naturally we'd want to feel that we could include our youth councillors and their views. So I don't know if I'll maybe pass over to the Chief Exec in terms of that one.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Hagman. And the process around the council plan obviously sits with the Leaders Panel, and one of the papers to the next meeting of the Leaders Panel will be around the engagement process around that. So we fully expect that there will be an opportunity for the Youth Council to be part of that process, just as we will other groups within the community, but the Youth Council in particular I think we'd be keen to include. And in terms of the overview of the council plan, there will be an opportunity, as was the case with the climate working group, for members to feed in through a number of different routes on the interests of this group. Thank you.
Thank you. Every day is a school day. So any other questions from members on the actual paper? Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, not so much a question here, but perhaps a reference for the group to consider whilst they're doing their thing. And one of the best pieces of legislation for young people that has come out in the last couple of years, the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act, which Wales that brought out in the last couple of years, and perhaps if they can take some of that into consideration. I know there'll be different legislation about what we're doing for children and young people's rights, but the Wales Wellbeing and Future Generations Act is one reference that I think the group should look at.
Thanks, Councillor Dryborough. Jim and Dan, is that something that you can take on board, or have you got any comment on that?
No, just welcome the contribution. Thank you, Councillor Dryborough. Happy to look up that document and consider it in the context of our own terms of reference, and possibly at the first meeting we schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. So if we'd go towards the recommendations then, if we note the background to the establishment of the working group, are we happy to note that? Thank you. And agree the terms of reference for the elected member, Youth Council Officer Working Group on Children's Rights as set out in the appendix, with a bit of clarification, I think, in terms of how the reporting governance is articulated. Are we happy to agree that? Yeah. And then finally, to agree that officers should seek nominees from political group leaders and the Youth Council and NHS, and once they're confirmed, schedule an initial meeting of the group, and obviously it'll be for group leaders to put forward those nominees after this meeting. Agreed? Thank you. So item 10 then is the Local Child Poverty Action Report 2021-22, report by Director Skills, Education and Learning. The purpose of this report is to agree our Local Child Poverty Action Report for that period as required by the Child Poverty Scotland Act 2017. So I think we still have Jim Brown as Head of Education and Chief Education Officer Dan Little with us still, as well as Laura Gibson from Health and Wellbeing Specialist, I should say, to assist members with any questions. So over to members. Are there any questions or observation on that report? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Convener. It's on page 93, Appendix 1 in the chart. It talks about the Dumfries and Galloway Council Financial Wellbeing and Revenue Services. There's almost 3.5 million went to clients, but they don't have the number of clients supported. Now, this was done between April 21 and March 22. When will it be confirmed?
Thanks, Councillor Wood. And I should say, I think Gillian Brighton as Director is also poised just to assist if need be. But over to the officers on the virtual meeting there. Are you able to assist Councillor Wood's questions about that detail still to be confirmed?
Convener, I'm comfortable. I don't have that information in front of me today. However, I'm happy to follow up with the appropriate officers and provide that information in due course. Thank you.
Councillor Wood, can you accept that following this meeting now that you've raised it?
Absolutely, so long as it's shared with all the members.
Thank you. Councillor McCammon, I think.
Yep, thanks, Convener. Page 83 of the appendix, second paragraph, researchers suggest that a temporary universal credit uplift and other government measures during the pandemic could in part be reason for the decrease in the 2021 and have noted issues with data sampling. This reported decrease should therefore be treated with caution. I know everybody can read, but I just thought for my purpose I wanted to read it. So I refer to the table, and it's blatant that from 2014 to 2019-20, it's steadily increased. And that paragraph refers to basically the pandemic period. I suppose I just want a wee bit of elaboration on that paragraph and the terms used. So, have noted issues with data sampling and therefore be treated with caution. Can I just get a little bit more detail on that, please?
No, fair question. And is that something that you can assist with in terms of why the caution around the data?
So thank you, Convener. The researchers who undertake this work at a national level have cited that because of the pandemic and because of the way in which the research was undertaken, that this year there were particular issues. Out with the meeting, I'm happy to share further information with members that specifically highlights what goes well. I don't have that in front of me today. In terms of the detail around the government interventions, so universal credit and other government interventions certainly did support our families during that period, and of course that was a short-term measure that has now ceased. So in terms of the caution, I suppose we would anticipate that child poverty will increase next year, and that's what we would expect the picture to present. Thank you.
Thanks. Clearly there's a couple of data issues coming out from today's report, and I gather that officers are endeavouring to make sure that elected members are supplied with that to provide the comfort and assurance that you need. But does that answer your question?
Yeah, I suppose, thanks, Convener. My question is, are we going to keep our eye on the ball and make sure that it doesn't get back to 2014's? I appreciate during lockdown and the pandemic that it was down to staff deployment potentially, as well as universal credit increases, but the importance that figure either stays, and ideally decreases, needs to be highlighted. So it's assurances, I would imagine, that is from officers is what I'm seeking.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor McCammon. And through yourself, Dan and Laura, is that something that can be provided?
I think I would say, Convener, that it's difficult to give that level of reassurance in that universal credit, etc., is out with our control, and many of the interventions which would support a reduction of that figure are out with our control and out with our scope. So certainly at a local level, we will, through our partnership, do everything we can to minimize child poverty and help with that position. But ultimately, many of the levers sit out with the scope of our reach. Thank you, Convener.
Thanks for that, and I appreciate that it's, as you say, there's only, I think, by working together we can actually try and mitigate as best as possible the challenges in front of us, but we can never really promise, unfortunately, that we can sort of reduce that figure, but we can do everything we can to sort of keep it at bay, if you like. Any other questions from members? I think I've got Councillor Young first and then Councillor Drysdale. And I should add, before I take you, there's a question in the chat just in relation to Nithsdale Area Committee. Can I just ask for clarification on that from governance team in terms of how we manage the meeting to accommodate that?
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, just to confirm to members that the Area Committee will proceed after this, and we don't have to start that due to the terms of notice that we issued for either, I think it was was it 2 p.m. or after the conclusion of full council. So we made it clear, but I think it's worthwhile noting for all members, but also anyone watching online.
Thanks, Vlad. Sorry about that, members. So if I go back to Councillor Young, then a question on this paper.
Thank you, Convener. I'm looking at page 158, action number 2.29, and I'm delighted to see this action in recognition of the excellent work being carried out by Castle Douglas IT. In addition to all the training they do, they've actually refurbished over 100 laptops, iPhones, iPads, etc. And for instance, the refurbishing laptops have enabled our guests from Ukraine to use the very high levels of IT skills some of them have and it's enabled some of them even to continue with their university courses. So I'm wondering who actually makes the decision on what potential additional resources will be required to enable Castle Douglas IT Centre to continue with the excellent work that they're doing.
Thanks, Councillor Young. So I suppose it's a direct ask, which is who makes the decision to support them at that level? Is that something you can pick up, Darren?
I'll maybe bring Laura in, who is the chair of the fourth subgroup of the Dumfries partnership, because what's been referred to is an action that sits within one of the subgroups, and I'm not quite sure in terms of the involvement of that specific group. So I'm not sure, Laura, if you've got anything that you could add to that at all. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren, and thanks, Convener. It's a really good question, because we do need to think about how we use our resources. Unfortunately, I'm not involved in how that funding is decided and allocated, but we can certainly take that back, ask the questions of the relevant officers and bring the information to you. I think it's a question that's worth asking for lots of different ways that our funding is utilised to support people with IT access and ensuring they're online for lots of reasons.
Thanks. So clearly a good question to get that sort of response, Councillor Young, and I think we certainly welcome the clarity around how funding decisions are made in terms of, especially for groups who are delivering a benefit, but just to know how it's done is obviously helpful. Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Convener. I think Councillor Howie might be able to answer that question, am I right? With regards to the Castle Douglas Hub, are these groups not able to apply for funding through the Poverty and Inequalities budget? Am I wrong? I think they can, yeah, so that could be part of the answer to some of the funding, I think. I just wanted to put on record, Convener, my thanks to Wendy Jessen, and I'm sure my fellow councillors in the room would agree. She is absolutely brilliant at communicating, and this goes with regards to the free back to school uniform events, uniforms, I can't read, I haven't got my specs on, uniform stores and warm winter clothing events. I believe that these go quite, incredibly smoothly, and it's down to her clear communication channels. She's really great at keeping in touch with us, and I think it's a great initiative, so thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale, and I think Wendy and many other staff are working very hard, and certainly as we approach Challenge Poverty Week next week, there's still a lot of work and awareness raising to be done, and I think elected members will get the chance to get involved in some of those projects, hopefully in their localities in the coming weeks. So I think we can record that happily. Any other questions from members? Councillor Howie.
Thanks, Convener. Page 104, 610, tackling food insecurity. The issue of food insecurity exacerbated in the stewardship by the lack of a discount store, resulting in food prices being considerably higher than elsewhere in the region. What measures, if any, can the Council take to address this matter?
Thank you, Councillor Howie. Darren, are you able to answer that one for Councillor Howie, please?
That is an area that is an area that does set out with the scope of my role in terms of our work around food insecurity. Particularly, our colleagues in the Community Directorate have been working closely with the community's partners. So again, I'm happy to pick up with officers out there and share that more information with you and wider members. Thank you.
So, Councillor Howie.
I'm happy to speak to Darren out with the meeting.
No, that's fine. And there's a number of wee actions we can pick up after the meeting, obviously, that can follow up in due course. Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, just maybe for reassurance for Ian as well. During the last session, we had a lot of discussions with Aldi, for instance. We were looking at bringing a low-cost food store to the area, and I think we're in process of planning for 3 across Dumfries and Galloway, 3 new ones across Dumfries, including the Shure.
Thanks, Councillor Dryborough. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Convener. On page 173, longer term actions, there's 2 that require significant additional resources, and there's 1 that needs additional resources. Does that imply that we may not be able to take these longer term actions forward?
Thanks, Councillor Wood. Again, page 173 in our reports. Is this something that either of you, Laura or Darren, could address?
Thank you, Convener. I think it's fair to acknowledge that there is a huge amount of partnership work ongoing to deliver on these 4 action plans. We're here today to focus on the actions that are part of the child poverty plan, and so I don't have the level of detail to hand in terms of the actions that require additional resource. But in terms of being a member of the Poverty and Inequalities Partnership, we have the opportunity to explore that there. There's obviously, as already noted by other councillors, there's funding streams available there to support our wider work on poverty and inequalities, and that is where we would be looking for the additional resource. So just to assure that colleagues across the partnership are working hard to ensure that we have the resources available to ensure that we can deliver on the actions that are included within our 4 plans.
Thanks, Laura. Does that help, Councillor Wood?
That's fine, thank you.
So, for the benefit of members online, there's a bit of activity going on here about opening windows, because we're all needing fresh air. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm looking at page 124 and 125, where it indicates families are supported and signposted through each of the primary and secondary to apply for benefit check, etc. And then I look at 27 on the next page, 125, and it says explore opportunities with restaurants to develop actions that will improve the availability and affordability of transport for low-income families. Can I ask if this includes children who fall out with the eligibility criteria of the 2 and 3 miles, and with the rising costs of fuel and everything else, and we have low-income families who may find it difficult to get their child to school? Is that one of the areas that we're exploring, and how we could help families on low income who fall out with the eligibility criteria but very much live in the more rural areas, the remote areas? Is that something that's being looked at?
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. So now again, this relates to the appendix, but can either Laura or Dan assist with this, or look to provide? Oh, sorry. Before I do that, Gillian's been very patiently and kindly waiting in the room, probably full of information that I've not yet asked her for. But Gillian, can you help with this one? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, members. I do feel for Darren and Laura here. Given the breadth of this report, there's a huge amount of partnership information and data that we would not expect them to have at their fingertips. So I thank them for fielding the questions today, and I absolutely assure you that I'll get you the information that you seek. In terms of the transport, this particular piece of work is facilitated with West Transit. It's not a review of the school transport policy, but that is certainly something we could look at. And in the past, we have generated specific streams of funding for young people who have struggled, who are not eligible. But clearly we do have changes in the eligibility for free transport for all children and young people. So that has changed the rules perhaps around some of this. But that does not necessarily mean to say the buses are there, even if the transport funding is available. So I can certainly assure you that the work within education services that's highlighted on page 124 is ongoing, and there's some data in the report that can help look at the specific eligibility for young people. And the item that you raise on page 125, it's specific to West Trans, but we can bring a further report back on free transport to schooling if that's your choice. Thank you.
Chair, I would welcome that, because there are, and it's almost at the beginning of each session, people approach me and say, look, I fall out with the criteria, but they are facing hardship. So I would welcome a report coming back on the 2 and 3 mile criteria, and also low-income hardship.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. We'll pick that up in the recommendations, I think. Councillor Dryborough.
It's on that specific point of transport, Chair, and obviously the communities deal with transport, and education asks communities to pay for transport specifically for children, you know, with additional support needs. And of course,
communities have to pay for that, whereas an education ask. So I know there is some discussions going on, Gillian, with communities in education. I just wanted to make sure that that would be part of that as well.
Gillian?
I can certainly, I mean, it's our council funding. We aim to always make best use of council funding, no matter which directorate or in the old money, whether it's a strategic commission or activity-based budget. But yes, currently additional support for learning transport is a pressure on the council budget, and it does currently sit with the communities directorate, and it is based on the eligibility as set by education. So we review these young people every 6 months, but I do absolutely accept as a pressure on the community's budget. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. One council, one public pound, eh? So thank you. So with that, I mean, obviously we're being asked to consider this report in terms of its, to agree it and then submit it. So can we go to the recommendations if there's no further questions? And that's to note the background and requirements of the Local Child Poverty Action Report as set out in paragraphs 3.1 to 3.4. Agree the 4th Dumfries and Galloway Local Child Poverty Action Report as detailed in Appendix 1, noting the highlights set out at paragraph 3.8. Note the additional action plans for the other subgroups of the Poverty and Inequalities Partnership as detailed in Appendix 2, 3 and 4. And I think there's also a few actions that we've tried to record in terms of additional data that members have requested that wasn't in the report but we can provide after this meeting. Happy to note that one. And then agree that the final report be submitted to Scottish ministers as set out in paragraph 312. And I think we're also expecting a report back to the relevant committee in terms of looking at the transport, taking into account the cross-directorate working, if you like, and the implications that would have. So is that, are members happy to agree that? Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much. So item 11 then is the Children's Services Joint Annual Report 21-22, report by Director of Skills Education and Learning. The purpose of the report is to seek endorsement of the Dumfries and Galloway Children's Services Plan Joint Annual Report 21-22. We have Gillian. We also have Jim Brown, Head of Education, and Dan Little here as well to assist members with any questions. So any questions from members? Councillor McCammon.
Thanks, Convener. Just two very quick questions, if I may. Page 224, with reference to the perinatal and infant mental health. I appreciate all the associates that have been named or referenced in this section, but can you just confirm what the involvement of midwives and health visitors are within this, if any, given, perinatals mentioned? Second question is page 239, and again, this might just be my misunderstanding, but the table towards the bottom, why are the percentages not a default 100%? Why are we not sharing the plans in a child-friendly format anyway? Again, two simple questions I'm sure you can answer quickly.
Thanks. So, first port of call, I'm not sure who would be best placed to answer this. Gillian, do you want to take this and direct it as appropriate?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members. In terms of the midwifery services, that would very much be part of the NHS contribution to this. This is a multi-agency partnership as through the chairmanship of Jim. Jim might be able to identify the specific personnel that represents NHS at the moment, but as you can see from the report, it will be also endorsed by the NHS board. So yes, the NHS are fully involved in that process. In terms of the second question over the child's plan measures, can I perhaps hand that to Jim and Darren?
Thanks, Gillian. Over to you, Jim and Darren.
Thank you for that. Can I just confirm the question is, why is it that we don't have 100% of plans in a child-friendly form? Is that correct?
Yes.
I have to say that I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that. I'm more than happy to speak to the relevant people and get an answer for you, Councillor McCammon. What I would recognise is clearly there's a huge increase in that data. So we have got far a far greater proportion of those plans, 82% for the child-friendly and 91% including family, friends and community. But I'm more than happy to look at the 18% and 9% respectively and provide you an answer. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Jim. Councillor McCammon, is that it? Do you want to come back?
Just quickly, please, Convener, if that's okay. Yeah, Jim, thank you for that. That's absolutely fine. So Gillian referenced the NHS team. Can you confirm that health visitors and midwives are involved? That is who the professions that are involved in the team, please.
Yes, I can confirm that. Thank you, Councillor McCammon.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor McCammon. Councillor Drysdale.
Thanks very much, Convener. Hi, everybody. I just had a few questions, so I'm going to write them down for fear of waffling. Page 220, Jim, may I ask if children who are eligible for the free school meals are required to pay the extra 50 pence for the extra healthy options that are available at lunchtime? Page 221, second question. I appreciate the free laptops for every child has been rolled out, but we're still hearing about delays in some rural schools of up to 15 minutes to log on. I think this is not acceptable, and I was wondering if it might be feasible to ask for an update as to connectivity times and capacity within each individual school going forward, and possibly that could come back to the Education Committee if that is available. And finally, page 211, I was extremely fortunate to attend the joint event for International Women's Day with D&G College and the University of the West of Scotland. We heard a most moving and emotive presentation from Fiona Druitt, who detailed her daughter Emily's experience of abuse and, very sadly, eventual suicide at university. Could I have reassurance that the Emily test is being discussed with our older school pupils and awareness on gender-based violence is being raised so that students, when they leave Dumfries and Galloway, if they're not studying in the area, can go off to university knowing where they can turn to should this unfortunate situation arise, as some of the links through the university sites are not too clear? I think parents would be most relieved if that was a possibility. Jim, thank you. Thanks very much, Leader.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Can I just invite Gillian in first for a few words and then you can hand over to Jim? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we would all recognise the importance of the point that you raise, and that certainly through our domestic abuse and violence against women and girls group, we work very closely with that team to make sure that the system talks to one another, and we make every effort to communicate the routes for young people, whether they're in Dumfries and Galloway or wider, to ensure that they have got a safe route to raise concerns. So
that's great. Thank you very much.
And on a separate matter, there is an IT report coming to the December Education and Learning Committee. So the progress, the very good progress we're making on IT will be reported to Education and Learning Committee in December. Thank you.
I think there was the other question about the extra 50p. Is that right?
Thank you very much, Convener. Can I come back in? It was just yesterday when I was on a school visit, or was it the day before? I forget what day I'm on. There seemed to be an extra section for healthy food that the children were required to pay an extra 50p for that. So I wasn't sure about that. It's the first time I'd heard about it, but I was a bit concerned if it didn't encompass the children who were who were eligible for this free school meals. So I maybe need to look into that more, or somebody. I could be getting incorrect information.
So I'll just go back to Gillian in this instance. I think she might have the answer there.
I would like to think all our school meals are healthy, and they certainly all meet the expectations of the Health Nutrition Act. I would suspect that might be a school matter, and I will look into it if you could let me know which school you were visiting. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks for that. Hopefully that'll satisfy your questions. Okay, thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm looking at page 228, and there is reference to engagement with CAMS and how there is a 4-week assessment or an assessment within 4 weeks. Could I ask, does this include children on the autistic spectrum? And if not, could we have an update on a regular basis in terms of how long children are having to wait to be diagnosed? Notwithstanding the council and authority, anyone showing signs of that then respond to it, but it's the waiting time to be diagnosed of kids with autism, and if we could keep up to speed rather than waiting to the annual report.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. I think Jim or Dana should be able to help with this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I think I will pass over to Darren, but just initially to say that NHS has made significant progress on what was called CEDA, now NDAS. And so the waiting lists for young people with autism diagnoses is significantly reduced now. In terms of CAMS, absolutely that could potentially be a young person with an autism diagnosis, but that's not exclusive. CAMS deal with many young people with mental health issues. But perhaps if Darren's got a bit more detail on the autism diagnosis, that'd be helpful.
Hi, thank you. And just to clarify, the figures don't include children and young people who are awaiting diagnosis or who are being referred for diagnosis. That as Jim described, that sits separately. And as Jim also mentioned, we have seen the piloting and establishment of a new neurodevelopmental assessment service, and there's work going on at the moment to address the backlog of cases in that regard. Out with the meeting today, I'm happy to source the relevant data from health colleagues and present that to yourself, Councillor Scobie, and other members with interest. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Scobie, do you want to come back?
I think it would be good to have a report on it, because I'm hearing that they're reducing. At one time they were above 2 years, and at one time, and I'm talking years ago, they were trying to get it down to 6 months with kids requiring that to be diagnosed if they fell in the autistic spectrum. And I think we should be seeing that improvement being made, and what the timelines are for people waiting, kids waiting for it to be diagnosed. I'd rather see it in a report.
So I think, so obviously that information would be useful to elected members, and I think Darren's already volunteered to provide that. In terms of a report, I'll maybe sort of pass over, because I'm not sure. I'd like to know where that sits, and I think maybe Gillian can assist with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And certainly on page 232 of the report, there is some information on the progress on the neurodevelopmental disorder, particularly the autism spectrum disorder diagnostic project, and it does highlight that the full rollout of the neurodevelopment assessment service and clearance of the previous CDAP backlog will form a report in the next to the next Children's Services Plan. So as we've highlighted, this work does not reflect direct work of the council, but is part of the partnership arrangements that we have as part of Children's Services. So I would hope that the next Children's Services Plan would give members that reassurance in terms of formal reporting, but we can certainly glean the information from partners, as Darren offered, and share that with members for their interest.
Thanks, that's very helpful, Gillian. Thank you. I'm not sure if there's any other hand. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. It's just on the back of that discussion we've just had, and in terms about the Priority 5, we talk a lot about autistic spectrum disorder, but it would be remiss of me not to bring up dyslexia, which I bring up at every opportunity as someone who does have dyslexia. The fact that 1 in 10 of our population are suspected of having dyslexia, and just to ask, is that team also being involved? Because I know in the past I have been contacted by families who suspect that their young person would benefit from having a dyslexia diagnosis and then therefore be eligible for adaptive software, etc., within their education. So is there data on dyslexia specifically, and if so, can that be shared with members? Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. I think Gillian's going to be able to give you that assurance.
Yes, thank you. That would normally sit within the core business of education and work in schools, so it would not form part of the wider Children's Services multi-agency work, but certainly in terms of specific information on literacy and literacy support, then we can bring information to you on that. But there is a very well-defined pathway with our schools to ensure young people get the support for literacy that they require. Thank you.
Do you want to come back, Councillor Hagman?
Yeah, please, if that pathway can be shared, because I have asked for it numerous times previously, and a simple, a parent would, has a suspicion, and how do they actually get that diagnosis going forward? Thank you.
So So we can pick that up. I think there's a few actions coming out of this discussion. So if we could maybe turn to the recommendations now. I don't see any other... Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Councillor Hill.
Yeah, sorry, can I just ask that, you know, there's been some really good points said here. Can all the information that's going to be given offline be given to all 43 councillors, please? Can it be sent to everybody?
No, and absolutely. I think the assumption would be that normally if a member's asking or requesting information at full council, unless it's specifically relevant to that particular ward or something, we would generally want to issue that to all members for their information. So, yeah, thank you. So with that then, if we go to recommendations, which is firstly to endorse the joint annual report on year 2, 21-22 of Dumfries and Galloway Children's Services Plan, as set out in Appendix 1. Happy to endorse. Okay, thank you. And finally, to note progress in relation to the development of the Dumfries and Galloway Children's Services Plan 2023-26 as detailed in paragraph 310 to 314. Thank you. I think we now go on to item 12, which is notice of motion. This is Fair Tax Declaration, report by Head of Finance and Procurement. And before going into the detail of the report, given the subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee so that we can discuss it? Members happy to agree? Okay, thank you. So we've been asked to consider the notice of motion by Councillor Paula Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Keith Walters. And the notice of motion is attached in your papers as the appendix. We've got Karen Scott here as Procurement and Commissioning Manager, available to assist members with questions. So Councillors Stevenson and Walters, please propose and second your motion, and then I can invite contributions and questions from other members. Over to you, Councillor Stevenson.
That's to say I propose the motion going forward.
Councillor Walters.
I would just like to second the motion, and I'd also like to read out something that Councillor Stevenson has written, as I'm able to speak more easily at the moment. That's okay? Yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, not long after Councillor Stevenson was elected, she was contacted by residents of her ward who wanted her to bring this motion to council. They believed very strongly that the tax conduct of the contractors we work with mattered. It matters to her, it matters to us, and every individual in our region who conducts themselves responsibly with their tax payments. So we're in good company. Recent polling conducted in 2022 found that over 2/3 of people in Scotland believe the government and local councils should consider a company's ethics and how they pay their tax, as well as value for money and quality of service provided when awarding contracts to companies. The Fair Tax Mark accreditation scheme is the gold standard of responsible tax conduct. It seeks to encourage and recognise organisations that pay the right amount of corporation tax at the right time and in the right place. Tax contributions are a vital part of the broader social and economic contribution made by businesses, helping the communities in which they operate to deliver valuable public services and build infrastructure that paves the way for growth. Councils for Fair Tax was developed in response to calls from local councils wanting to do more to support tax justice and a fairer economy. Procurement rules severely restrict what councils can do to encourage responsible tax conduct amongst suppliers. Therefore, the declaration focuses on what councils can do within the rules to encourage good tax conduct, joining in Fair Tax Week and joining calls for reform to be allowed to recognise responsible tax conduct in procurement. By signing up to the Councils for Fair Tax Declaration, Dumfries and Galloway Council commits to leading by example on its own tax conduct, demanding greater transparency from suppliers and encouraging fair tax practices among supplier businesses. 4 local authorities in Scotland have made a significant contribution to supporting fair tax practices to date, all with cross-party support. These are Edinburgh, South Lanarkshire, Dundee, Midlothian and West Dunbartonshire. In September 2022, at the members' business debate in the Scottish Parliament, Ivan McKee, Minister for Business, Trade, Tourism and Enterprise, said, We strongly encourage local councils to encourage principles of the Councils for Fair Tax Declaration. On procurement, a £14 billion spend in Scotland, it's important to recognise the constraints we operate in, but commits to work with procurement officials to tighten up these practices. Convener and full council, it isn't just Scottish councils that are unanimously voting to sign up to the principles of the Fair Trade Declaration. Councils in England are too. Peterborough, Northumberland, Preston, Reading, Sunderland and Trafford have all passed this declaration unanimously. To date, 32 councils have signed up to the declaration, and I strongly believe that our council should be the 33rd. Full council, I urge you to support this motion. Convener, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from members? I've got Councillor Johnson, Malcolm Johnson first.
Thank you, Convener. When tendering for public sector contracts, you clearly have to make a declaration that you do comply with the regulations on tax, and I very much support that as a way forward, because I like a fair and level playing field for anyone who is submitting tenders for public sector or anything. The thought that some businesses or corporations or whatever highlighted could actually achieve an advantage through not paying appropriate employment taxes, corporation tax, any other form of tax, in my opinion, is unacceptable. So I actually fully support this motion. I'm quite happy with it. One question I would like to ask is actually really at Karen. My interpretation of the IR35 was that it was up to local authorities to assess whether the contractor fell under that, and do we do that?
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Karen, can you help with that?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Johnson. So yes, under the current IR35 requirements, it is for the council to assess that, and so that is something that we have been supporting through calls with HR as well, for each of the service leads to make that assessment on a case-by-case basis, and that's all documented and recorded. I also know in recent news articles this week that there's an intention for that IR35 to perhaps change next year. So there's a potential that will start to move back to the responsibility of the contractor and not the local authority. But at the moment, absolutely, that's something that we do.
Councillor Johnson, you want to come back?
Yes, I mean the basic principle behind IR35 is very good. It's basically to avoid people getting an advantage by basically acting on an employed basis, but doing so through another vehicle, such as a limited company. And there's, I don't know if people remember, there's been a number of so-called national treasures on broadcasting media use that very vehicle to avoid paying employers NI, national insurance code, higher rate national insurance as well. And I think it's a positive thing in a great many ways, and I'm glad you have actually been going through that assessment process. I was sure you were, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Maureen Johnson.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you. Regarding the Fair Tax Declaration, there is a point that Fair Tax won't support or endorse any local council if it has actively supported or has involvement with one of the new Freeport sites announced in 2020. Greenport Enterprise, now and also a green port. Now, we've been interested in considering enterprise port. Would this also cover an enterprise port, the Fair Tax Declaration?
Thanks for that, Councillor Johnson. Karen, is that something, obviously we've been looking at Greenport bids and Freeport and enterprise zones, for example, but how would this declaration or commitment affect how we did that sort of business?
I don't think that's really been anticipated in the preparation of the report for today, Councillor Thompson. However, I would happily take that to consider further, and we can report that back through. And the intention was for updates to come back through the Finance Procurement Transformation Committee on how this was being taken forward. So I think we could address that through there if that was acceptable to the committee.
So, members, that's a good question to raise, and would you be happy for that information to come back through the relevant committee?
Yes, I would be. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Karen. Councillor Stevenson.
Sorry, just thank you to Councillor Walters for talking my throat's really sore. Just under 3.1 on the considerations, it actually says Fair Work Declaration. It's actually the Fair Tax Declaration. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm sure that correction can be noted. Yep, thank you. Any other questions on the actual report or motion itself? In that case, members, are we happy to, well, I think we can say we've considered the notice of motion as proposed, and I sense a sort of unanimous support for that. Are we happy to agree that? Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we move on to minutes for noting. Oh no, I beg your pardon. It's item 13, which is minutes for approval, and I hope everybody's got their crib sheets ready. So first up, if we go to Castle Douglas Common Good Fund Subcommittee, 1st of September 2022.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Civic Government Licensing Panel, 15th of June 2022.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Civic Government Licensing Panel, 25th of July 2022. Second. Thank you. Civic Government Licensing Panel, 6th of September 2022.
Second.
Thank you. Communities Committee, 25th of August.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Local Review Body, 29th of June 2022.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Nithsdale Area Committee, 8th of June 2022.
Move.
Second.
Thank you. And Pensions Subcommittee, 23rd of June 2022.
Move.
I'll second that if nobody else will. Planning Applications Committee, 31st of August 2022.
Happy to move.
I'll second.
Happy to second.
Thanks, Emma. Police Fires Rescue Subcommittee, 10th of June 2022.
Move.
Thank you. Social Work Services Committee, 24th of August 2022.
Happy to move.
Second.
Thank you very much. And Whithorn and Wigton Common Good Fund Subcommittee, no date there, but...
Chair, the meeting didn't actually take place because it wasn't quorate, but I see that you've got the two members who did turn up, who have both left, but the meeting wasn't quorate, so it never took place. So is there an actual minute to approve?
No minute to approve it, or there is a minute, sorry, there is a minute to approve, so, but neither of the members are here. So
sorry,
that
it did take place because I was there.
No, that was of the 7th of September.
Oh,
we had
sorry,
one last week, but there was the one previous was the reschedule of that meeting.
So I'm just getting clarification from governance here, so just bear with me.
Yeah, thanks, Camilla. The meeting didn't take place officially, but there is a minute produced to confirm that the meeting wasn't quorate and no decisions were made. So there is a minute for approval to confirm that fact.
Which we're not able to confirm today. Right. So we can come back to that one in the appropriate time, I think, but thank you for highlighting that. So Wigton Area Committee, 7th of September 2022.
Moved.
Are these for noting rather than approval?
These are for approval.
Ah, okay. I'm happy to second then. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then we go on to item 14, which is minutes for noting, which is items 14A through 14J. Are we happy to note those minutes? Thank you. Thank you, members. So I've one urgent item of business deemed urgent as being advised at the start of the meeting, and that's item 15A. So this is the Learning Estate Investment Programme, Phase 3. The report updates elected members on the considerations of Education and Learning Committee just the other week on 20th September in support of an application to the Scottish Government's Learning Estate Investment Programme, Phase 3. And that's for the projects to complete the Dumfries Learning Town programme. So in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, this is presented as a late report for our consideration due to the fact that Education and Learning considered this matter at its meeting on 20th September after the papers for this meeting had been published. So, and they determined at Education that it should come to this, to full council for consideration. So it couldn't wait until the next meeting, as a delay in the decision wouldn't allow the timescale for a submission to the Learning Estate Investment Programme to be met, as the applications are expected by the 31st of October. So Education and Learning Committee have agreed that full council will be asked to support the submission of a bid to the Scottish Government for financial support for the relocation of Lorburn Primary School to the Minerva building of the Dumfries Academy site, and the refurbishment of Dumfries Academy, which would be in addition to the financial commitments already made by the council. So I think we have Lauren Foss, John Thin, Head of Education, Gillian Brideson here to assist members with any questions. Is there anything you'd like to add just now, Gillian?
Sorry, it's just me at the moment. Lauren and John have had to attend a statutory consultation this afternoon, so it's just me.
Thanks, Gillian. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. It's just a note. I did declare a note of interest at the start of the meeting in relation to the budget, but I have asked for comments, or I have been asked for comments in the press regarding the funding for this particular Scottish Government scheme. So just to put that on record, it's my national role doesn't preclude me from taking part, but just to capture in the minute to note my interest in that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can that be recorded appropriately? Thank you. Any other questions about the report itself for Gillian while she's here? Councillor Slater.
Oh, sorry. Could I ask what will happen to the school once it's moved to Minerva? The actual building itself?
It's presumably the current Lorburn Primary School. Yeah.
Yes.
So, Gillian, just for the benefit of Councillor Slater.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. Once we have declared it surplus back from the service, then that would be part of the council's overall asset considerations, and then it would be the property team who would then bring that back to the relevant committee to declare surplus, and which members would then like to do with that building once we no longer require it as a school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions in the room or online, so are we happy to go with the recommendations then? And agree to authorise Chief Executive to submit a bid to the Scottish Government to meet the expected time frame as set out in paragraph 3.3 to 3.8. Agreed, thank you. And to receive further reports once the energy and financial criteria for the LEIP are provided by the Scottish Government, allowing detailed costings and funding estimates for the projects to be fully determined as set out in 3.8. Thank you very much, everybody, for your forbearance and patience today. Great contributions all around, so safe onward journey. Thank you. Councillor Little, sorry.
Can I ask if there's going to be a short break before we start in this Still Area Committee, because we'll need a comfort break?
Not up to me.
I know, but I'm just asking.
It's up to you.
I'm asking governance if we can do that, so that people online know when that would be.
I would suggest, yeah, we could probably start in 15 minutes or so. Is that okay? Yeah, 15 minutes.